I'd like to call to order the 2016, December 6th, 2016 joint OSTB and Board of County Commissioners regular session. I'm going to start this session with an action which I'd like Dale Will to tee up for us here.
Thanks, Hawk. Yeah, I wanted to ask the board if they would recommend to the county commissioners the latest fruit of the acquisition team work at Open Space, which is a contract to purchase a conservation easement on the St. Jude's Ranch next to Basalt, 260 acres. The conservation easement price we've negotiated is $5.2 million. This is one of the historic ranches in the valley that was founded by immigrants from Aosta, Italy. It has been in the Cerise family since 1904 and has the fifth generation there now working on the place. This family would like to preserve it forever as a ranch, and we've entered into a contract to buy a conservation easement.
And Tim, do you have a comment?
Well, I just wanted to first, it's the last meeting of both boards. We're all here, and I wanted to invite our newest trustee, Wayne Ives, who has a career in land management, to make the motion for our board as something that I just think would be an honor for you to do rather than one of us.
Thanks, Tim. I would like to make that motion that the Open Space and Trails Board recommend to the Board of County Commissioners the purchase of conservation easements on the St. Jude's Ranch for $5.2 million of open space funds, consistent with the proposed open space master plan in our
I have
packet.
a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And Howie seconds. So any further conversation or discussion?
I think everybody would love to say a word or two about this extraordinary acquisition opportunity. It's just an opportunity. It's just a contract. But this has been, as our director told us a couple of hours ago, a discussion that goes back 15 years. This is a family that's ranched for generations. It's on the urban growth boundary of the town of Basalt, as was the Grange acquisition. And anyone who knows the Rio Grande Trail knows this property very, very well, but if you're on Highway 82, you don't even know it's there because of the Cottonwood Gallery that screens it from the highway. It's 280 some acres of extraordinary ranch land and a family that wants it to be in the family forever and ranched forever. And without going into the contractual details, the staff here has done an amazing job of coming up with a way to ensure that will always be an agricultural property forever. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. Graham, any comments? No?
Well, we're all excited about this property and this deal. And I guess I'd just like to add that while it is primarily, I guess, a agricultural property, the riparian and wildlife and environmental aspects of it are very large. We've got an existing gallery of cottonwood trees down by the Roaring Fork River, and there's a lot of wildlife that comes down from Light Hill. And so I think it's a great opportunity for us to walk the walk with our biodiversity policy, and I think it's a chance for us to preserve a lot of great habitat, everything from herons to deer and elk and mountain lion and bobcat. So I think we're all very excited about it.
Well, thank you. I'd like to add that when the family came in with this property, I was incredibly pleased and relieved, and I had been on the board when we worked with them 15 years ago to help make sure that the Rio Grande Trail construction didn't interrupt their agricultural operation. It was so much fun to see them come in with a proposal that was basically hitting on all of the cylinders of the open space and trail program. And this property is why this program exists, and to see it's with great pleasure that I saw this parcel come in, and I look forward to working with the BOCC to make sure that this continues forward. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Let the record show it's unanimous. Open Space and Trails Board recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to purchase this conservation easement.
And this will be on our regular agenda item tomorrow, the 7th, and we, as a board, will make our comments and our action at that time.
Great, thank you.
Great. So, Gary, moving right along.
Moving right along, well, it's hard to follow up on that. That is
Great way to end the year.
yeah, it is. And, we're gonna do a little end of year presentation after this, but one of the big pieces coming up for 2017, and we want to make sure the BOCC and the Open Space Board is fully aware and able to participate where possible for the planning of the Carbondale to Crested Butte Trail. And I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay to do it, but on Thursday, the GOCO board is going to make a final call on $100,000 for a planning grant for the planning of this trail. It seems like it's a go, so it's really exciting that we'll have the funding ready to go, and I'll leave it up to Lindsay to give you the full overview of what we're going to be doing.
Before I get started here, I just want to point out that, like with all of our active projects, we have a page on our Pitkin OST projects page where the public can go sign up to get email updates, as well as review the data as it becomes more data becomes available, as well as the planning timeline. So just encouraging everyone to sign up for the emails and then stay informed on the project. So we are gearing up to kick off the planning for the Carbondale to Crested Butte Trail starting in early 2017. We've spent this year meeting with the different agency partners and staff to develop a process to start moving forward on the planning, design, and implementation of the Carbondale to Crested Butte Trail. We met we presented as well, gave an update to the Crystal Caucus last month, again encouraging them to participate in the planning coming up this year. So our goal right now is that in early 2017 that we will release an RFP for both environmental, so NEPA consultants, as well as engineering consultants. As part of that RFP review committee, we have created a team, or currently working on creating a team with representatives from the different agencies that we'll be working with, as well as a member of the public from the Crystal Caucus and a member of the public from the Gunnison Trails Committee side. So that we want to include everyone from the beginning when it comes to picking and choosing the consultant teams that we'll work with during the planning process. So while that RFP is out and we're soliciting responses, we will start our kickoff meetings. So looking at the first kickoff meeting would occur in Redstone the night of the caucus meeting, right before the caucus meeting, and then having one in Carbondale. And then we're also going to the Crested Butte side in early February to meet with their town council in Crested Butte, as well as the Gunnison County Commissioners the following day, which I believe the calendar that you guys originally received did not have that meeting date on there, but that's been officially scheduled and set. But the goal of these meetings is to kind of get everyone up to speed at where we are and gather comments from the public on the sorts of data and information they would like gathered in order to make an informed decision later. There's been a lot of, there's been 12 years since the original plan, and then about 7 since the first segment was constructed in Carbondale. And with that has just come a lot of anticipation for what the rest of the trail will look like and mean. And so the goal of these first kickoff meetings is to meet with the public and discuss their concerns, the data they would like to see, any information that they want to make sure is brought forward later on in the process so that we are making informed decisions and having an informed discussion. So the plan is then that we'll spend the next few months working with our consultants on gathering the available information and then reconvene everyone for meetings to discuss segments late summer, early fall, and work through the discussion around what a preferred alignment would be. So the Carbondale to the top of McClure Pass is much more complicated for various reasons than the Crested Butte side. So Crested Butte to McClure is already been identified in a transportation plan by the forest, so they really just need to work out the alignment. Versus on our side, we need to work through what and where and how it would happen. So we're really focusing all of our outreach and working with the public on this side versus Crested Butte side. They would like to work with the forest directly on where the alignment would be. And then once we work through all of that this fall, with the goal of having a preferred alignment, we would then early next year work through a joint, or early 2018, work through a joint NEPA process with the two forests on the alignment. So right now we're waiting until we officially hear back on the grant before we kick off advertising for the meetings. So hopefully next week you'll start seeing information coming out about the planning process and encouraging everyone's participation in this coming year.
And one thing we'll do is to make sure that you all are reminded on a regular basis to make sure that if you have the ability to go to any of the meetings, that's great, because it's, what we have seen is sometimes it can, like all the citizens that come to these meetings, you know, you can hear firsthand kind of what some of their concerns are, but if you're available. So we'll make sure that we keep everybody here informed of when those meetings are, where they are, and, you know, if any changes happen, so.
Okay. Questions from our board? Did I see your hand go, Patty, or? No. No. Howie?
Just a couple of sort of general background questions. We're working up the Crystal towards Crested Butte, and Gunnison County is working the other way in a sense. Can they, do they have their own timeline, and are they able to go through their public outreach and implementation on their own schedule, and that can be ahead of ours or behind ours? How are we coordinating that?
Well, we are working closely with them and working toward the goal of having both sides ready to start doing NEPA in 2018. They frankly just don't go through the same outreach process we do on our side and don't want to. And so what we've talked about with them is that their recreation planner on the forest over there is working with, they have a very active volunteer population of the different trails committee members. Mm-hmm. They're working directly with them on the alignment, as well as having some of the specialists that are available on the forest, on the GMUG out there during that. And so they are actually in many ways ahead of us. And so they will more than likely be ready before we are. But the two forests have agreed to doing a joint NEPA because they still need to go through different specialty studies on whatever alignment they choose. So we're working together. It's a bit different on each side.
So staying on the same point, we have an allocation of funds from the state for implementation in the Crystal River Valley primarily. Do they have a similar allocation of dollars from GOCO?
We have not been awarded the GOCO grant, and so we jointly applied for the GOCO grant, and it looks really hopeful that we will be awarded. And then the goal is that we will use those funds jointly. Again, keeping in mind this side will end up probably spending more of them because we need to do survey and things like that. But the idea being that on the NEPA consultants in particular, we will jointly use those funds.
Well, and then to continue on that, they, you know, since we originally asked for $200,000 from GOCO and we're only potentially going to receive $100,000, both Crested Butte and Gunnison, you know, as we move forward with this process, you know, if we do need additional funds, we can go back and ask for those at that time to help supplement from Crested Butte and Gunnison some of that stuff. So as we move forward the project, you know, when we created the budget for the planning, you know, $300,000 is a pretty significant portion of funding. and honestly, our side with the engineering, CDOT survey, the environmental review is much more intense on this side than it is on that side. So the majority of those funds are gonna be spent on this side, so, you know, we're looking forward to seeing how this goes, and then, you know, for budget time next year, we'll all be able to come back to you guys and tell you where we're at. We'll also be able to talk to Gunnison and Crested Butte too.
Yeah, you know, I don't know the veracity of this, but I have heard that on the Gunnison side, it's a little more straightforward in some ways, but also they have perhaps more private landowner easements to negotiate and things like that. Now, you know, we can get updated on that later, but I don't think it's just a cakewalk on that side and won't require anything, but you're right about our challenges with some of the areas as well.
I've got a question for you on the data plan, data collection. Will the data collected during your data collection phase, although broader in scope than it'll narrow down once a preferred route is chosen, will that data collection be to NEPA standards, and will it be or will we be doing a data collection for route selection process and information, and then a separate data collection season for the NEPA process?
A lot of it will be able to be used. I would foresee us needing to do additional surveys to meet NEPA that we won't necessarily have for the discussion around a preferred route. But a lot of it can be and will continue to happen even while we're working through the preferred route.
Kind of a question just following up on that, if I could. I can't help but think of the Smuggler Mountain Master Plan effort with the Forest Service, where the collaboration was done up front before it was submitted for a review. And because they were a collaborator with that process, and it might require more data in the initial stages, it actually moved it forward more quickly for the final approval and the record of decision. Have you given any consideration to using that type of process, either syncing in with this or parallel to it?
We are already working with them, and we're actually meeting again this week to work through how to, be inclusive from the beginning so that we can streamline things in the end, so that we're working together through the whole planning effort.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then trying to put together, you know, all the groups together through the planning process are gonna be critical. Is meeting with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, getting them, you know, fully up to speed on this project so we can work with them. You know, we have so many different partners and so many different environmental organizations throughout this valley, and making sure that they're all at the table is going to be critical through this. And so it is a little different than the hunter smuggler, but the end result will be potentially the same.
Thank you. Steve?
Looking at the whole project, there's benefit to us, even if all we could get built would be the rest of the Crystal River part up to the vicinity of Marble or McClure Pass or something. So I'm not worried what happens on the Crested Butte side. They'll proceed at their pace and have their obstacles to overcome. But even if we only got our side built, that would be a huge benefit for the Crystal River Valley and for recreation and commuters and all of that on our side.
Very true. So the next item, there's really no input you want from us other than our blessings and go for it and prosper and do a good job and get that GOCO grant. So we're going to look at a 2016 year in review.
Sure. And this is something that's, looking back is sometimes really helps us, you know, kind of move forward, because for us, I mean, 2016, you know, I look back and I go, wow. And I have a lot of staff here who really is the ones to thank, not just me. I'm just kind of sometimes the mouth that speaks it. But the reality for us is 2016, I mean, when I start going through this, we probably missed some stuff on it, but overall, you know, you look at the fact that we reorganized, we moved, we reauthorized, and then we did a ton of stuff in the midst of all of this stuff, and it's just like, wow. And that's why you heard at the beginning when with the Cerise thing, these are just incredible reminders of how special we feel this program is. And so we just kind of do this also as a thank you to all the Open Space Board and the BOCC who supports this, and trying to show you kind of what was accomplished. The first piece is the Aspen Ranger Station. I mean, what a partnership with the White River National Forest. I mean, this year has been a accumulation of many, many years of an incredible partnership, and I really want to thank, you know, there's a lot of my staff who made this happen, and I do want to thank the Forest Service. Karen Schroyer pushed this through. The amount of agreements we had to do to make this happen is amazing. And, you know, the reality is we are now there. We are almost 100% the only ones in that building right now, because in the winter, there's not a whole lot of Forest Service folks out there, but it's great. People come in, and of course, right now they want their Christmas tree permits, but we're also able to answer a whole bunch of other questions. And I'll put the plug in. The Forest Service is doing Christmas tree permits on Fridays at the Aspen Ranger Station. You just need cash or check. So, but this has been really fun.
Multi-purpose.
So, and then one of the other big things that happened this year is we went through a sign review, and we have really revamped our signage. And our signage now is being, you know, installed on all our properties to be consistent with every other property. And it's just to give public more information, to give public the right information to be out there. So our crew has worked incredibly hard. This is really one of the accumulations of, last year you approved a new resource manager, and one of the major project was to install new signs. And to think about how many hundreds and hundreds of signs on our 5,000 acres and 70 miles of trails, I mean, this just would not have been done without having that leadership from Ted O'Brien. I know he's here and he hates when I do this to him, but it really, truly, and then the rest of my crew is just, this has been our most incredible crew that we have ever had. And I do thank you. In the budget next year, we are doing little incentives for our seasonals to try to get them all to come back. So we really appreciate that. And so one of the most amazing things, you kind of forget about it now because it's already winter, but with the Board of County Commissioners and the Open Space Board, the funding to do fire right outside Aspen happened. And it was a huge success. And 900 acres was burned right there. And so it is really one of those incredible things that we were able to make happen. We have so many partners to thank for that. Aspen Fire was incredibly supportive on it, because putting fire right next to Aspen is a really, really, you know, kind of, it's a scary prospect, but when you see the results of it, it has been amazing. And we're gonna work with the Forest Service to bring back kind of a review of how successful it was, because it was, the regrowth was great, and the way the Forest Service put it on, the smoke just went completely out of town. It was really pretty cool. And so we'll get you a kind of an update on that. And Floa Meadows. I mean, Floa Meadows was burned also with Avalanche Creek. And, you know, it's that we need to come in and do a little bit more here and there, but overall, to benefit the sheep and the elk in that area, it's so cool to see fire being brought back into this valley. We are working with the Forest Service to continue this. And part of the charter amendments that we did is to do more partnerships with the federal government that benefit, you know, Pickens County properties all over Hunter Creek. And Floa Meadows, obviously, we have a really big connection, but there's a lot of other places in the county that we can work on with the forest. So this is not it. It's not a one and done. We're going to be continuing to work on this in the future. Trails. 2 big trails were built this year on 7 Star, which is part of Sky Mountain Park. This has been extremely popular, and so popular that we got a private donation to help us complete this trail. So I really do thank the anonymous donor who helped us do this, but also RFMBA put financial funds into this, and then our main partner was the town of Snowmass Village. So this has just been a great addition to Sky Mountain Park. And then on Glacier was pretty cool. Well, I had to put we had to put some wildlife photos in there.
Yeah.
Because it was such a cool deal, and you can see the one in the back staring at us also. But Glacier was the first time that we worked for not only mountain bikers and hikers, but we've got a dedicated equestrian hike trail up to the Crown. And so they're closed right now, but they have been proven to be really popular. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was a pretty impressive amount of people that were going up there this fall since we opened it, and it's been really popular. Next year, we're going to be doing the parking lot at Hookspur. We kind of lost time and capacity to do that, and we definitely heard it from some neighbors, because this proved to be extremely popular, and people were really good, but they were all trying to park at that raft a lot, and it's too small. And so they were trying to fit into areas where they thought they could, and so, but next spring, we are going to work on that, and we are going to get that parking lot built. So other improvements on the properties. There's the new North Star takeout, as anyone has seen it. Now it's under snow, but that was a huge improvement this year. The takeout is extremely popular and was kind of a mud pit before this. And so this kind of really sets the tone of where to take out and to protect the riparian area. We have a new bike rack. We have new bike racks throughout North Star to get people to bike more. And on your right side, we improved the Basalt Grace Shihai bike park, and we created a shade structure there. And we have now a volunteer who maintains the bike trails for us. So, and with all of the potential development that's happening in Southside, I think this is going to be a really popular area. And so the parking lot on your right is at Wheatley. We reopened that fishing access area, and that area has been, it was popular with fishermen, but we have not received any complaints about other uses at that area. And so that's been a pretty nice thing. North Star Outreach, this is a great partnership with our partners, the City of Aspen and ACES, on this. When you look at the top piece, we're trying to set a different tone at North Star. Everything that we're trying to do at North Star is to try to bring down the party atmosphere, to really remind and show people how special this place is. So the upper piece is really kind of the branding we'd like to see at North Star, and we've put out, and it's great. The consultants that we hired on this came up with this incredible, piece of where the Roaring Fork whispers. It's amazing that it still does give me goosebumps when I say it, because it's kind of cool. And then we made a movie with Bodie. Bodie was kind of popular. We're going to try to do more outreach, and I give Lindsay and our intern a ton of credit. They spent time out there trying to engage people and talk to them, and really talk to them about the next phases. Parking is going to be the next big issue, and we got to work on enforcement. We need to work with the sheriff on enforcing on Highway 82. We got to make sure that we work with CDOT on the take-in, pull-out. Obviously, Rachel definitely has noticed that the takeout has a huge drop. We've got to get those fixed. We got to make it better so people can get in and out, and then they don't block the highway. It's a pretty interesting part of Highway 82 to have that many cars and people. So we're working with CDOT right now, and we're going to be working with the deputies and Joey to try to figure out how to better enforce in that area. And so that's coming next year. And North Star, one of the hugest successes was the Forest Protection Officer. Honestly, that is a way that Pickens County solved a problem. We had a problem on Forest Service property. The Forest Service was not able to deal with it. The county funded a position the Forest Service then filled, and most of the parking problems on Wildwood have gone away. And so we're going to be funding that again in 2017. So we're hoping that. And then, one of the shout outs to our rangers were out there a ton on North Star. They were on the river. They were there with ACES Naturalists, who the county sponsored, And North Star we really pushed on North Star this year. North Star was a huge push. We still have a long way to go, but it's a great start. And hopefully with, better parking, better takeout, more enforcement on the road, we could really come to the next stage of North Star and getting the atmosphere to calm down a little bit. Other planning, Lazy Glen was a huge success in planning. You'll be seeing at a meeting coming up, we're about to get a leasee for the Lazy Glen agricultural area. And we're gonna be looking at the riparian area. We're gonna work with Healthy Rivers and Streams and the Roaring Fork Conservancy on looking at the riparian area there. And so, it's great. I mean, this has been a great planning effort between Paul and Lindsay and Janet, really, trying to engage people. It's not the most visible piece of property until you really know what is over there. And so, obviously, it's more visible now. We took down the old house. And it really, it's one of those things where that little piece, it really opened up the view of that entire pasture there. And it makes it look like open space. And now it's a parking area there, and people can access the river. Cool thing, the ag piece is they pruned out all of the old heritage fruit trees. Some of them have really tasty apples. And so, and that's a huge piece of the agricultural movement moving forward. And the barn is great. We're gonna share it between ag and Nordic. And we have a residential unit in there that the ag operator will be using. And so they'll be able to do more on the property because they're actually there managing that property and they're living on that property. So it's kind of a really cool, it's something different. We haven't really done that. We have another tenant at Emma, and we'll be looking at Emma next year. But this is one of those pieces where we're putting ag, we're getting ag operators to be able to actually have housing on their ag properties. So we've done an interim plan on Deer Creek. That has been an amazing collaboration with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. They have transformed the house. I got a call from Perry Will, and he said, please come, because they have totally transformed that old house. And the Colorado Parks and Wildlife officer, Curtis, will be hopefully living there late December. So we're working through permits with ComDev and making sure all the building permits are taken care of, but it's looking pretty good. Coal Creek was a great interim plan. We have the horse operator, the equestrian operator at Coal Creek, and the community's really excited that they're there. They're gonna be doing the sleigh rides this winter, which is really cool. And, that property is protected and managed in the interim till we figure out the other piece and till we really decide on a management plan, and for both of those. And then we just went through the Carbondale to Crescent Butte planning, but we were really behind the scenes this year working with Gunnison, Crescent Butte, and the Forest Service to really come up with the way to plan this going forward. So that's a huge shout out to Lindsay, because it's a lot of behind the scene work and trying to get even CDOT and Gunnison and Crescent Butte and Colorado Parks and Wildlife and all these others to get going. And then we got the grant, which is pretty cool. We're potentially getting that grant. Ag, it's really cool to see the Emma potato harvest. It's amazing to see how many potatoes come off of there. The Wheatley cover crop, which will be potatoes next year. And so the Wheatley, the former Dart property, is gonna be partially in potatoes. And I haven't seen the elk out there, but the deer have loved our new little cover crop that we put out there. And the Glacier Ag Lease is starting to really take off. It's not happening really fast, but it's starting to take off. It's really cool to see. That's flowers at Glacier.
Yeah.
And those go to Whole Foods and other places. And so the ag cooperative at Glacier is moving forward. The property looks great. So overall, we're pretty happy with it. Now with the reauthorization of the program, we're gonna be looking at the Glacier House. And we've been working with Susanna Reed on reviewing what it would need to redo that house or to restore that house, and what's historic, what's not. And we should be getting that report in the next month or two, and then moving forward with those next pieces. So Glacier's moving forward. Glacier's been an incredible success. Hunter Creek, here's the big purchases. I love they found that picture of John Ely. So perfect.
Where is he?
Awesome.
But honestly, this, you're gonna be seeing that tomorrow on your, but this is one of those last pieces of Hunter Creek that we can truly protect it forever. And I really, and I put the little thing on McFlynn because Tim has really been working extremely hard to get this place protected forever. And we've done it. I'm hoping that we can't find any more little pieces out there, but we're there. So that is really a huge thing. The Osprey camera, even though the eggs didn't hatch, we got so much interest in this. We're fixing it up. We're going to get it back up there next year. I have to give a huge shout to Holy Cross. Holy Cross has been an incredible help. They've been taking it up, putting it down, adjusting it for us. They ran power to it for us. It was just, all we had to do was ask, and they did it. And so Holy Cross has been really amazing on that piece.
Hey, could we send them a thank you letter from
That's a great idea.
the jointly, the two boards, please?
Yeah,
It
I
was
think
so
that would
much
be a
fun to
great
watch
idea.
that camera.
They just think it's a great little option. They have it on their website, so it's pretty cool. That'll come back up next year. The Dottie Fox, it finally is protected, and they had a great celebration with the Fox family up there, and it was really cool to see some of the old guard who's trying to do this preservation of all of Pickens County and the Roaring Fork Valley. A lot of people were up there, so it was very cool to see, and we'll be planning that out next year and getting it more open to the public so they can get up there and really enjoy what that is and just really see the view of what's been protected by these great people. Programming, I think people really know how many environmental programs we sponsor between Roaring Fork Conservancy at Faloha and ACES at North Star. I try to run it through my head how many programs, how many people are getting out on our properties and some of our most premier properties. And these are mostly closed to the public except for these periods of time that you can come out and see it. We get incredible feedback. We've been doing Faloha for 8 years. And I expected the programs, 8 years, you get 30 people the first year, 20 of the people next year. We're still getting full 30 people groups at Faloha Meadows 8 years later. And it's amazing to see, and it really helps foster why we do this. So, and yeah, the fireflies are a big draw. So, and Janet popped this one in there. Dale and I got caught on the Glacier camera. Luckily, that was, during the legal time, it was open. And, Paul monitoring all our open space easements. I mean, that is a one-man, gang to monitor all our 15,500 acres of open space easements. And we got to show that of John. He's always,
So cute.
John Armstrong is always doing, something.
Nice legs,
Scottish
nice
Highlands.
legs.
Luckily, we don't see him riding his bike with that, but,
But I bet you he does.
yeah. And all the wildlife camera images that we use and we put on Facebook and all the outreach that goes behind the scene is Janet on the right. She's out there doing all the wildlife cameras and everything else, which is, it's really amazing. Then she has to go through the thousands of pictures of all of this stuff, and she picks out some of the best. Lindsay, I'm sorry, but you got married this year, and we didn't have any other good pictures, so congratulations. And
I'm just glad that wasn't a North Star duck, that's-
Where was that? No, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And then Ted doing the data loggers. Well, we do a ton of groundwater monitoring at North Star, and Ted has taken that over from our consultants. And so it not only saves us money, but Ted can make sure he's out there 4 times a year, making sure those things are recording data. So we can use the data that we've recorded in the past through the city of Aspen and kind of compare it to now and work with the soil monitoring data. We're working with Aspen Global Change Institute on North Star, and we're working through a big river management plan with the city of Aspen and Healthy Rivers and Streams from the top of Independence Pass all the way through Jaffe Park. And the Rangers, you know, they're the most visible piece of our program, and it is amazing what they come about every day. I mean, that thing on the right, correct me if I'm wrong, John, but that's what's his name's?
The hut on Aspen Mountain?
Yeah, the hut on Aspen Mountain. Oh.
Hoax it?
Yeah. So that, I mean, we partner with the City of Aspen Rangers a ton on this. Our seasonals are out there talking to people. I think, I had a cool stat from the Rangers, but one of the things that they came about was how many miles that they cover, and Ranger Ryan Quinn, who is a seasonal, recorded approximately 3,100 miles traveled this summer on foot and bike by him.
Whoa.
While working. So it's impressive.
That's a
Come across cars coming off of roads and trails. You know, we deal with our seasonal closures. We deal with a lot of medical, and we work with the, you know, obviously the deputies and mountain rescue and all that stuff. And it's just amazing what we come across. So, and we had a really great ranger crew this year.
Gary, where's that car, and was it an old one that was found, or a new one, or how, was it removed?
That was a new one. John, was that at Thompson Creek?
Actually, right beyond that is Crystal Lake, and that's the
It was
east
right
of
up there.
Aspen Trail on the edge of town.
She took out the guy sitting on the rock.
Went over a big boulder, got airborne, actually cleared the ditch, and rolled once or twice, and
And,
was unhurt.
and there was a
And
guy
luckily
sitting
didn't
on
hurt
the rock.
anyone. Right.
Okay.
Luckily, no one else got hurt on it. So, you know, overall, it's just kind of giving a feel of what our people do, what our staff does on these properties, and it is kind of awesome. And then the last piece, really, truly, is amazing that this program is truly loved by this community. Getting a 70% approval in a very interesting election year, you know, kind of. As staff, I do truly want to thank the Open Space Board members like Tim and Howie and Hawk and Graham and Wayne who make this possible, because they went out, and Tim's our ringleader on reauthorization, and it is amazing. They went out and got all those signatures and support, and they did these incredible advertisements and all this other stuff. It shows not only how much the community cares, but how much your appointed officials care about this program. And so, as staff, I thank you, and I thank the BOCC, and I do, as the director, I do thank the rest of my staff, because they make it possible, and it's really one of those fun things at the end of the year to do this, because success. So, thank you.
And thank the citizens of Pitkin County
Correct.
for appreciating the hard work.
Yeah, they get a huge shout out.
Yes.
They do, because, yeah, that was pretty cool. So that's all I got.
A bunch of
And so
clipboards to bring back.
I'll ask staff if they have anything to add. It's all around. They're all shyer than I. So, and then I can let if any Open Space Board members wanted to chime in, 2016, your thoughts.
Well, that's pretty impressive for 2016. We're all very proud of it, but it really just sets the platform for continuing on into 2017, some of which you've already reviewed earlier. What would you say, looking into 2017, are your two top considerations?
Two top considerations for 2017. You know, obviously the Carbondale to Crested Butte is going to be really visible, but Castle Creek Trail, that's going to be a really, really visible. When we get into the North Star season, and when we work with Healthy Rivers and Streams in the city on really getting the public feedback on the river management plan, you know, those are three really big pieces that are going to be publicly, very public, and very, you're going to see it out. You know, one of the coolest pieces about 2017 will be when we connect Lazy Glen residents to the Rio Grande Trail. I mean, that has been a dream of this program for a really long time. It's kind of like one of those things where we have a community of Pitkin County residents that don't really have any access at all, except for Highway 82, and we're gonna provide that next year. And so when that gets complete, it's gonna be really, really one of those fun things to see, so.
Other board questions or comments from our board? I mean, I guess I'll say it, we can only thank all of you for incredible work throughout the year as a citizen volunteer board. We know you put in long hours. We do quarterly meetings. You meet twice a month, plus extracurricular site visits and time negotiating. And, you know, the effort and the volunteerism to run a campaign, which I know personally, we all know personally, is very time-consuming and very stressful. And so just great thanks, and great thanks to staff, great thanks for the public for their constant inputs, their stewardship of our program, frankly, in the input. I think we're making great strides forward, going with the biological planner, was that the right term? Biodiversity planner. And so, on behalf of our board and the citizens of Pickens County, thank you for your efforts, and we look forward to a great 2017.
And I got one last thing. We have this incredible calendar that gets put together by Janet, and it's available now. We're gonna put it all out. It's really popular, so they go quickly, but it really, truly kind of hits, you know, on how successful this program been. And so, there, if you want to come to our office at the Forest Service, or we'll find a way to get you one.
Yeah. Now, I saw that those were at the Aspen Post Office the other evening. They do run out quickly. What other locations would people pick them up? We need a microphone if you're going to tell us.
Yeah, John, come on up.
The library?
Talk loudly.
No, it's for the grassroots TV.
Gotta hit the microphone.
And now you're on TV.
And on mine.
You can pick up the calendars at the Aspen Post Office, the Old Snowmass Post Office, Woody Creek Post Office. We also have the calendars out at the libraries. We have them at the old courthouse, at all the town halls, Snowmass, Basalt, and Aspen town halls. A few of the our office at the Forest Service, and a few retail places that get frequented by locals. So we try and put them wherever the people are.
If there's any location you could find up at Redstone, I think that would be.
And we always do the Redstone General Store. That
Okay,
seems to be
great.
the
Glad to know where
gathering
that was.
spot there. So.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you for that very much.
And please tell Janet how terrific they are, because I don't think they've ever been any better than
They're
this. And
amazing.
she does all that
Absolutely
work herself.
amazing.
So.
Yeah. You know, I'll just add briefly, I always use those calendars when I'm meeting with our federal delegation or others who have interest in public land issues, and point out the investment we've made in public lands. And it's gone a long way, I think, in many people recognizing why we are such advocates for keeping public land public. Thank
And
you.
Rachel, I'll add, I have the pleasure of meeting with the governor a week from Thursday, so I will, at the governor's
Need
mansion,
more?
I will definitely take one to the governor.
Very good.
I was thinking of a Christmas present. This is perfect.
Very
Great,
good.
well, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Well,
Rachel.
if there's no other business, we'll get to end a few minutes early and be able to take a break before our board dives into the
Thanks,
rest of
guys.
its agenda.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for a
Great
great
meeting.
2016.
Thank you.
I've been invited to the governor's community
We're on
governor's
break,
Christmas party.
grassroots, we're on break.
Governor's meeting.
Sound exciting, huh?
Congratulations on the reorganization.
January 5th.
Thank you for
next 4 or 5 months, and that's it.
Yeah, you can keep track of things that are in a decade now.
Mountain Dubs and Alley.
Give us money.
All right, welcome everyone, and thanks for tuning in today. You're watching the Board of County Commissioners work session for Tuesday, December 6th. It's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we are now going to proceed with staff and community presentations. I believe our manager, John Peacock, is going to lead this discussion, which is the vice chair positions for 2017.
Correct. Thank you, Rachel. John Peacock, County Manager. Each year, the board appoints a new chair and vice chair prior to the start of the new calendar year. The new chair begins presiding at the first meeting in January, which I forgot to look at the exact date of. I believe it's January 11th.
Well, the first work session is the 3rd.
I'm sorry, second work session,
Okay.
when the swearing in occurs. So, in 2005, the board decided to have a more regular process for selecting the chair and vice chair, and decided on a rotation by district membership. So we have 5 districts, 5 commissioners, and it started off with the District 1 chair being chair, District 2 chair being the vice chair. Then the next year, the District 2 chair was the chair, and the District 3 chair is the vice chair, and so on. Of course, every now and then we run into a hiccup with this system because you have 4-year terms and 5 seats, and so from time to time, as is the case in the upcoming year, you would have a newly elected commissioner filling the seat and filling the chair position. It has been the board's practice to adjust the order when that is the case, which is the case in this upcoming year, to have the commissioner that was going to be the vice chair flip. And we've talked about doing it both ways. So what we have historically done is we've flipped that chair appointment so that the seated commissioner that would have been coming in as vice chair would sit as chair, and then the new commissioner coming in would sit as vice chair for 1 year and then take chair. We've also talked about, should we do that even differently to give a brand new elected commissioner even more time. So that's the main discussion. If the board continues to follow its practice, right now, Commissioner District 3, which is Commissioner Owsley's district, would be the chair, and actually, we've had some other flips, so it'd be Commissioner District 5 because of past flips, which is George, would be the vice chair. And again, that rotation was flipped because of a new commissioner coming in previously. If we follow our past precedent, the board would appoint George as chair from Commissioner District 5. And then what we've done most recently, then Greg from Commissioner District 3 would be appointed as the vice chair and would be chair next time around. There had been some discussion about changing that rotation also where maybe District 1. But if we follow what we've done past precedent, the board would be appointing George as the chair and our incoming Commissioner Poshman as the vice chair. So with that rather confusing and convoluted background, I will throw it to you guys for discussion or questions.
Just for clarification, prior to 2005, we did try and do districts by numbers prior to that. It just happened that first couple of years from 2005 to 8, it worked out that it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't, it's up to the board as a whole, but I think having a new commissioner, having been a new commissioner before, be vice chair, having to take over as chair your first year, you don't really know the ropes. You don't really know the process or, the manner in which meetings are run. So I don't know how the board feels, but I think giving Greg a little more time would be of benefit to both Greg and to the board as a whole. So.
Yeah, I have had no pre-conversations on this. And it is a funny system, because in my 12 years, it'll work out twice as chair. I've enjoyed it both times. It is certainly an extra time commitment, and there's extra issues when you really have to represent the issues to the press in great detail, and often in very diplomatic detail. And so I do agree with Patty that experience really helps and makes a difference. I do fully support George as chair next year, and I would like to consider either Patty or Steve, and perhaps Patty, because it has been a longer time, but she has more experience, as vice chair, and then move Greg into the rotation as vice chair in his second year on the board, as opposed to vice chair on his first year on the board.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Just go, I would accepting the chair next year, Patty be vice chair, and then the next following rotation would be Greg and then Steve. But of course,
Well, the following rotation would be Patty becoming chair, and then
Patty
and then Greg being vice chair.
and then next year we'll look at it again, because in 2018 we'll have a new seat open as well. So
Yeah. Michael?
Where does that put Greg, though, in terms of assuming the chairmanship?
It would put him in his third year.
For just for argument's purposes, if he has a 12-year term, how many chairmanships would he have?
It might be similar to my time, where it's
I
only
had 2 out of 12 also.
2 out of 12. He would be vice chair in 2018, and he would be chair in 2019, which would be his third year of his term.
It also makes it a little bit difficult, because we don't know how some of those future elections will go also, and there may be further rotations the farther out you go in those terms. But I think if we played it out, so I have not tried to answer that question, Michael.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever, that's a good question. I don't think we've ever looked at it, how many terms you would have as chair if you were to be in office for 12 years. It just is so dependent upon who's coming and going. Because I was chair my 4th year of my first term.
Yeah. It's always hard to...
You would definitely get 2, possibly 3, depending on rotations.
Yeah, I was going to say, George will end up getting 3 within his time as it worked out, and it just is somewhat random. It's always hard to remember some of these little changes, because I think George became chair in 2013 because Rob was so new.
Right.
And it just was, everybody worked through that. I think there's been other times where people have said, do you really want to be chair this year because you're running for re-election this year, and do you want the same responsibilities and running? Now, Rob said yes, he did, and then he didn't win. So I don't know that that's always the best call for someone to make for themselves.
Don't say that, because I would be chair.
No,
if
I know.
chose to run
I'm
again.
teasing. But
with 5 of you limited to 3 terms,
Yeah, and 4 years.
it just never works out.
it's never going to work out that all of you will have, probably, if you continue with the rotation, the same number of opportunities.
I think the most important thing is that for our board, it's not become a political or a competition about who has, quote, the chair and more power. That's the primary difference in the rotation system. If the rotation has to change because of elections and because of vacancies and things like that, then, kind of so be it, we work through it. But it is unlike other boards where one person will be chair for 5 years and can never, others never rotate at all into that position. So I think we keep it as equitable as we can, knowing that experience matters, and it's important to have a chair who can rise to that fully confident of their backgrounding on all the issues. Okay, so Steve?
I wanted to ask George, I noticed that I think it was during your first year on the board, you were vice chair. And then your second year on the board, you were the chair. And how did that work out for you? Did you ever have to sit as the chair during your first year?
I did. Yeah, it wasn't a problem, but it just
It's
depends
not
on
unusual,
it just depends on
course.
the comfort level someone has. So
So that, if we put Greg in as vice chair this year, he would be in the same situation you were when you first came in. I'd feel more comfortable giving Greg an extra year where he's not having to deal with being chair or being vice chair and then thrown into the position of running a meeting when he's not fully up to speed on it.
And
Yeah.
if we find after next year he's ready to take over, I'll step out and be his vice chair, or whatever happens.
Yeah, or
We
keep
did
that
a
in
little
some sort
shuffling
of,
for this year, so I think shuffling's okay. We just have to play it by ear and what the circumstances are.
yeah. I think that, that's a good idea, going forward like that. And then what we might want to add to this chart for the historical record for next discussion that people have is when people got re-elected. You know, and Patty's the anomaly here because, you know, her name's there on the bottom back in '05, and then she's not up there for a while again. So we need to at least note as people come in when they're elected, so that it makes it easier to track. Has the rotation been smooth or even or something like that? Because I was just trying to see how it would go. You know, if Greg is vice chair in 2018, then he'd be chair in 2019. That would make Steve, I believe, vice chair in 2019 and Steve chair in 2020. And that, you know, so we should again just track when people were kind of back on the board. So that seems to be sufficient direction from the board members. Everyone's comfortable with this approach?
No, just confirm it's George as chair and Patty as vice chair.
Okay, I think everyone's nodding yes on that.
Okay.
Okay, and then
Thank you.
future, we can change it up if need be next time. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the airport budget follow-up, and this is to go forward. And we did notice a little issue with some of the agendas. Some agendas said this was only a 15-minute item. It's actually being given 30 minutes, and so we have plenty of time to do that.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon, Commission. My name is John Kinney, Airport Director here at Pickens County Airport. And I have to my right.
I'm Chris Padilla, the Airport Controller.
Thank you, Chris.
So we're doing a follow-up presentation, as you mentioned, Rachel, in regards to the airport budget, specifically on some trends in terms of the financial stature and what's been happening at the airport with expenses and revenues, and then some more specifics associated with the duties and functions of the airport operations safety security coordinators. So we're going to talk to you today about the airport profile, which I think is an interesting background to keep in mind. Some of the operational indicators that we have going on at the airport, some of the core functions, and then some of the defining some of the business acumens that was requested further from the board. And then we'll open it up to questions, but obviously at any time, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask us. So the first slide that we have here is the 2015 budgeted performance. So just to take a look in arrears as opposed to what we presented to the Board of County Commissioners as opposed to what we delivered. The operating expenses were down 10.6% under that period of time, so approximately just shy of $9.3 million. About $1 million of that was operating and O&M budget, for a little bit less than $1 million, and then the majority of it was the 8.2 in terms of the capital. And the major components of that $8.2 million in the capital had to do with vehicles. In part, I made the recommendation that we go from a 7-year life cycle to that of a 10-year life cycle to get more of a lifespan out of it, because the ones that were at the 7 to 8 year mark definitely had quite a bit of life still left in them. So we've done that for all the vehicles out at the airport. The other component that we did is we took a look probably with about the first 10 months that I was here and really take a look at the environmental assessment process. That truly was probably the most expensive environmental assessment that was being proposed to us in the nation. I can say it with sincerity and factuality. It was probably double the most expensive one that I could find, including Miami's and Atlanta's. So John Peacock challenged me to really sharpen the edge on that budget and the consulting fees. So we renegotiated that environmental assessment scope from 2 EAs down to 1. We also took a look at the scope of the environmental assessment in terms of what we were really studying and what were we developing out there at the airport. And if you looked at the community compatibility or lack thereof, and the significant environmental consequences with second FBO, parallel taxiway, condemnation of land at Owl Creek, we cut all that scope out of that. We put that off for an extended period of time, probably in the 30-year mark, if not longer. And we really balanced the facility improvements with that of make sure that we still can have predictable air service into this airport and not have it lopsided in corporate aviation being the primary operator. So we made that presentation along with safety, not to minimize that, it's not necessarily in any order, to the FAA. They supported it, they continue to support it, and so we significantly reduced our reliance on the consultants, but mostly on the environmental assessment in terms of scope.
John, can I ask you a question? So you talk about vehicles and 10-year life. What vehicles are you talking about? Are you talking about your heavy equipment vehicles or your pickups?
All the vehicles, Michael?
All the vehicles?
Yeah, so the pickup trucks, the runway friction tester, which is also a pickup truck with some specialized equipment and mounting and modifications. We actually took that out to 15 years. ARF vehicle, snow removal equipment, the brooms, the blowers. So
why don't you do it on a use basis rather than a year basis?
I'm sorry?
Why don't you do it on a use basis rather than a yearly basis? In other words, a mileage or an hours or something like that.
We definitely can and take a harder look at that. That's probably our next step to incrementally even study it further, because you're right, they're not all used in a normal basis. So there's some, like the runway friction tester, that probably could go longer than 10. The most critical piece of equipment out there, as you probably know, is the ARF apparatus. So maybe that might be 9, but it would be based on wear and tear, maintenance history, as well as mileage and
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it works, but it seems to me that rather than have an arbitrary yearly basis, whether it's short or long, you want to actually have a use basis. And useful life is calculated, I'm sure, by someone.
Yep. John?
So, Mike, I may be able to help answer this too, because we do both as a practical matter for budgeting purposes. So for planning purposes, we tend to use a replacement schedule. However, for our actual replacements, once it gets to the point of making that expenditure, and this is true for our whole fleet, we're really looking at more the maintenance records and cost of ownership as a basis. And so, to John's point, some of the use, which I think is what you're getting at the airport, indicated that we could stretch out that planning cycle, but we'll still be watching what is our actual total cost of ownership, because sometimes that suggests you should replace sooner, and sometimes it suggests you should replace later. So that is something we're tracking with asset management software when it comes to the point of actually making the expenditure. But for budgeting purposes, it's hard to project on that use basis. So we try and have a financial plan that keeps us healthy based on what we think roughly what the years of useful life are going to be.
So there's sort of two things operating simultaneously, and at some point they connect.
Yeah, the way I would think about it is we use a replacement schedule for budgeting purposes, and we kind of use that actual use and total cost of ownership at the point of expenditure. So we may extend out a year or two, even though we budgeted for something.
Okay.
Well, let me just ask on that approach, because we're going currently from 5 years to 10-year cycle, or was it 6 to 10?
7 to 10.
7 to 10. And so do you feel that is sufficiently conservative, that we're not going to end up with a lot of supplementals, that we really need to replace these in the 8-year, or should we expand it from 7 to 9 to begin with, which, is again a little bit of a 20% extended life?
We coordinated that with the fleet department as well, just to take a look at the historical maintenance records, and if they thought it was pushing it too far, and
Okay.
they thought 10 was reasonable. So we'll continue to monitor it based on the use and the wear and tear. So I think some might exceed. I think some will fall short of the 10-year. So
Okay.
on average, I think we'll hit the 10.
But I think as long as we kind of have a little bit of an asterisk to that, and future boards understand that that's the dynamic at play. Okay, thank you.
Bet. The next slide is revenues. So the operating revenues were 7.5% above the forecast of what we thought was going to be in 2015, and it was operationally driven. So we were up in terms of operations. There were more volumes, there was more fuel flowage, more passengers, and the resulting revenues coming into the airport. When you add the total revenues, we were about 2.9 under that forecast, and that really, and the difference is basically $352,000, and that really had to do with the timing of grants, what we were receiving and what we were not receiving. So.
Okay, and I want to clarify one other thing as we go through this. We're looking at the 2015 performance because that's all that's been fully closed out. Is there an ability to tell us, is 2016 kind of tracking with that, or is that something we'll hear?
So, one, we're responding to a specific question from the table about, when we approved 2015, what did it look like, and how did we perform against that? So that's why we brought this information forward. And then the 2016 budget, both on the revenue and expenditure side, is our best estimate of how 2016 will play out based on what's happened in 2015.
Okay.
And right now, we're tracking to about $1 million to the good total. That includes capital and operating O&M.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, 2017 is basically, is in the wrong.
Yeah,
budget.
okay, yeah, that's why, okay, that's why we just wanted to point out, we're talking about 15, so, okay, thank you.
Numbers.
Please continue.
Thank you. Taking a look at some operational indicators, and these are usually the really kind of the core dashboard of what's happening at the airport. So you can see under the schedule employments, this is a pretty envious growth for airports. I mean, most airports are increasing, but 2014 over 2013, 6% increase. 15 over 14, 4%. 16 over 15. Year-end estimate, 13%. Anticipating 2017 to be a 34% increase. The cumulative component, the difference between 2014 and 2017, you're going to be at close to 51% increase in terms of operations of what's happening at the airport. So very, very robust growth taking place out there right now.
And scheduled employments means GA, not, it means commercial, not general aviation.
Correct, thank you for that, yes. Okay. So really focusing on the scheduled service component on that first main item of employments. The second component is the general aviation and the fuel flowage fees. There you're also seeing a pretty good increase as well. Landing's 4%, but you're getting more heavy drinkers in at 14% in terms of the fuel.
God, and then they're flying.
That's where we make some good revenues. Rental cars, 4% increase in the year, sales year to date. So it kind of gives you an idea of some of the operational indicators and what's happening at the airport. We talked a little bit about last time in terms of what are some of those core functions associated with airport operations and security safety personnel. And our real focus is, for those folks, is really on the first three items. In terms of airport operations, it's safety and logistical coordination. So whether it's assisting the FAA control tower on the runway for a bird strike or some type of debris out there, or an airline has an issue, or a pilot needs assistance, or someone needs access to the general aviation area, or there's a problem up at the de-ice pad or in the terminal or the land side of the parking, these are the people that take care of all those kind of logistical issues from a safety perspective, a compliance perspective for the FAA and the TSA from regulatory with them, as well as that customer service component. So really trying to emphasize that extraordinary experience in an extraordinary place and doing it in a very physically constrained facility. It's also lease and concession compliance, a little bit more of a responsibility that we've asked these folks to take on. They're the eyes and ears out there during hours and after hours. So if there's specific staffing requirements or hours of operation with the restaurant or the gift shop or the rental cars or any other type of activity out there, If it's not taking place, these folks then help us with the enforcement and compliance by being our eyes and ears, and then administratively it's happening in the office. ARF, the airport rescue and firefighting component, obviously is a core function that they are doing, and then the parking control item there. That particular one, we're very interested in leveraging that technology for not only better customer service, greater revenue capture, and making that kind of a less of a core function for the folks going forward. I thought it was an interesting item if you look at the population of the city of Aspen at 6,600, and then look at during our peak season when we're at peak, almost the population of the town comes through the facility and leaves the facility. So you can imagine all the issues that you have, whether they be security issues, safety issues, medical issues, directional, concierge, or any other type of issues. People park their cars and they need help. Who's going to shovel out their car because they can't even get to it? It's things like that from A to Z that these folks are taking care of.
Can I ask a question? What is the busiest? Is Thanksgiving busier than a holiday day during the Christmas, New Year's?
Christmas.
Christmas is the busier time frame.
Right.
Because I've always wondered about the amount of seasonal, quote-unquote, commercial flights we have at Thanksgiving. When do they start? Do they start at the Christmas, New Year's holiday?
December 26th to January 3rd.
That's when we kick in. Okay. The other question I have, getting back to airport operations, safety, and logistical coordination, this is just a sidebar, if you could get back to me, is the issue of the lighting area for the de-icing pad. Did we ever get, I know there was a safety issue for de-icing with lights. Did we ever get that moved forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the infrastructure's in, the parts have been ordered, and I think
Perfect.
it's about 3 weeks out before the light poles actually go up.
So it's
And I've
moving forward.
coordinated with, help me, John, across the street, not ABC.
Community development.
No.
No, the development
Sorry.
across from the airport.
The airport business center.
No,
Yeah.
that one or the West Buttermilk?
Yeah, across the street, there's another one other than the ABC. I feel like we're playing charades.
North 40, North 40.
Rafta?
North 40.
North 40, thank you.
I win.
As well as Starwood, and then we're gonna also reach out to
I win the Family Feud.
the Owl Creek folks. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
And the other thing I have real quick is, knowing that we're gearing up for some more security issues, staffing issues with that, parking, we're hoping to decrease the need for our staff to be servicing the parking lot, the paid parking lot. I would like to, next year, have all that brought back and see how we benefited and to see if that really resolves some of our staffing issues and if we can revisit those staffing numbers.
Yeah,
Just to see how the one-year trial period would go.
it's a good idea.
Lots of change going on.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
This next slide's a little bit of a busy one, but I think it's an important one and might be somewhat of a interesting one for you as well. This is really a transitional airport. This is an airport where you get a lot of people moving through. You have folks who usually come here for about the 2 to 4 year time frame. When I first got hired on, my arrival was December of 2014. I think there was 4 or 5 openings. And since then, it has been far more times than not that we have been not at full complement, but partially down. Because when you look at that turnover on average about 2 to 4 years, and then you look at the training requirement that we have outlined up here, from winter operations, which usually takes 3 seasons, but I'm gonna give you the math for just if they were done in 1 season, to the ARF for the initial, to the recertification, which is required on an annual basis, to receiving their CDL, their commercial driver's license, to the airport ops, airfield safety certification, and all the other components, that comes out to about 52 weeks out of the year. So when you then take the 2 to 4 year time frame, you are really in a constant, perpetual training aspect out there at the airport. If you look at the bottom of this chart and you look at the required FTE just to do the training, it's 2.3 FTEs just to be able to take those people out of the schedule, put them in training that needs to be covered for those absenteeisms for training. If you look at the overtime equivalent, they're running about 2 FTEs as well. Again, about 13 hours a day on average year-round to cover those 3 categories of training, overtime, and then 3.5 just for folks who are out on sick leave or primarily vacation. So we are asking for a 3 FTE change, and we're really putting those FTEs at the line staff level where they're required. But that's just some of the math in terms of it's a very transitional airport by its size and its very nature, and our recruitment package. We just hired on approximately 8 folks in the past 4 weeks, and probably the average duration is 2, maybe 3 years experience. Many of them are 1 year, many of them are right out of college, 4-year degrees in aviation management or like type, or come from some other airports with a few years experience. They'll come here, get the air carrier experience, and they'll move on is kind of the model.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, I know from years ago, speaking with our manager Hillary at the time, she said it's kind of the nature of the industry and that these flyboys, as she called them, always are looking for the next bigger aircraft or airport to eventually run their own, and so it's kind of a ladder they're working up. And I guess I'm kind of wondering how much of this dynamic is the pay range we're able to offer, and how much is it the dynamic of the industry itself, where people are trying to get the experience in smaller airports and then move on?
Half and half. I wouldn't call them fly, I'd just say they're plain people. But,
Yeah.
Until they get white hair, then they'd rather stay. But I'd say half and half. You know, some people just want big is best, and they have to go find out, like I had to. It's not the case. Others, it's truly, there's just not the promotional opportunities, but we've created some supervisorial slots, so there is some progression that we now have with folks. You do have a few folks out there, such as Vinny, Scott, and Phil, 28 years, 20 years, 22 years, and they're in those supervisorial positions, and so they're making it work based on the compensation program, but it's pretty low, because we're really competing against Denver and their entry-level positions, and they'll start them at $50,000, $60,000 a year, and we don't start them at that up here for a variety of reasons. You're competing with other airports within a couple state areas, so it's kind of all those factors, and then it's just some people want to move on.
Thank you for the response. Other board questions? George, you had something?
Because it must be similar to pretty much all the other regional airports in the state then. I mean, our airport, we're probably rated, we used to be rated the 3rd busiest in the state. We probably still are now the 3rd busiest. So we're ahead of even Grand Junction Airport. So all these other regional airports, whether it be Montrose or Junction or Durango, they must be having the same issue in terms of constantly having to train people with the turnovers.
I would think, I don't know.
Yeah.
I would think we'd be a more desirous airport to go to because of the complexity.
Right.
And that really robust corporate aviation component. And where we are, but you are competing against the Front Range, cost of living much lower, and they pay higher, but it's many variables.
Okay.
Get into defining our emerging business acumen. Some folks had asked, well, what exactly are you talking about there? What we're really talking about there is with the grant administrations, accounts receivable payable, the contracts and leases, and kind of the rates and fees, really automating that and making it very punctual. And I'll get a little bit more into that in the next slide. Strengthen our fiscal controls. We have brought in a dedicated individual, experienced controller. Chris comes with an aviation background. We got him from the rocket industry, has a master's in finance, so he's got some great experience. And that is the first time, and thank you again for funding that particular position, and he's really digging into some issues there to streamlines. We also narrowed the focus of our contracts administrator. We had an opportunity where you approved an FTE for us to have an administrative office manager, and a lot of those functions were then taken away, and that focus for contract administration can take place. And I'll tell you why that's so important here in just a minute on the next slide. And then simply leveraging the automation. There's just too many contracts out there, there's too many moving pieces. And until you really jump into it, folks are like, do you really have that many contracts? Yeah, we have over 60 contracts out there, which is a sizable size number here. So I think the administrative workload business model that we talked about last time just simply needs to be modernized. We have immediate workload. We're being overrun by an age wave, If you look at 75% of all those 61 contracts will be expired in the next 18 months, and you already have about 33% of them. So there is an incredible amount. If you just did an RFP one a month, it's going to take you 3 years to get caught up. So it is on us now, and we've made some of those adjustments, and again, thank you for that support. The knowledge base was more memory-centric, but it worked. And now it's just too many moving pieces, so we really need to bring in that automation. One of the things that Chris is doing is bringing in new software for invoicing and contract management. That's included in this year's budget. It's approximately $50,000. So that's going to help us out. And the bottom one there, the alternative revenue source, we really need to start taking a look at some alternative revenue sources because the grants continue to dwindle. Our operational indicators are great, but we'll hit the cyclical nature of the economy again here. And we've got some very, very, very steep capital investments coming our way with the runway and with the terminal building. If you look at the schedule for the runway, it's about 7 years out. But are the political winds that I think will descend upon Washington, D.C. to say, make that runway come sooner when it's cleared in the environmental assessment, that could be a reality when you have so many aircraft that want it and operators who want to come in this facility. But that's just going to make it more complex for us with our CIP program. So we're going to have to take a look at some different revenue sources, and whether that's us taking over the landing fees from the FBO, we think that'll bring us about $100,000. If that's going to off-site auto parking in the new terminal design, if you move that forward to the environmental assessment and use some of our parcels along Highway 82, and make it more of for rental cars and charging them, relocating the fuel farm somewhere and having more opportunity for aircraft parking. It's just going to be that incremental development and refinement that's going to have to be taken a look at for us to really make the financial numbers work for us in the future. So it's going to be challenging.
It sounds like you're talking about a look at the landside airport master plan and potentially moving some pieces around. Is that a correct summary? I just would like to make sure that we're very sensitive in involving community development and the neighborhood. You know, they had a lot of work with the WAMP west of Maroon plan and things like that, so that the sight lines and the airport, things like that, are very sensitive. And so I encourage the work to go on, absolutely, and that's what you often look for with a new manager or director, is to find the revenue holes that are missing and to create the efficiencies. I just want to make sure all the appropriate people are involved in our board, which you've done a great job of keeping us up to speed on, if we're going to be looking at those sort of changes and the justifications.
Yeah, we'll stay committed to a strong public process. We have that conversation a lot, so.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then if you have other items in your presentation, I don't know, back to more questions.
I just want to thank
Patty.
you for bringing this information forward. There's, you know, it's, looking at the county budget as a whole, there's a lot going on in every department. So I had questions about the airport, and I think you pretty much answered most of them, and we'll see what happens at our further discussion tomorrow and on the 13th. But thank you, appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions, Michael?
John, so we've gone up to 34% this or in the next year. So that kind of growth is not sustainable. So is there an end life for the airport or a limit to the airport? What are we talking about?
Great question. They're going to have to start filling in the shoulders.
What do you mean the shoulders?
The shoulders meaning if the airlines want to increase flights, our capacity of our terminal building is about 7 flights simultaneously. If rush hour right now is from 10 to 12, you're probably not going to get any more flights in during that time period. You're either going to go later or you're going to go earlier, kind of more of the shoulder type.
So within the day, the time period of the day,
right.
There's still some hours that are not up to capacity, is what you're saying.
Correct.
So you could fill those off hours.
Correct.
To a larger capacity, if the airlines wanted to.
Correct.
But that leaves that their scheduling, as someone said, is more complicated.
Right. Exactly right, because they're trying to feed into the hubs.
Right.
To feed onto secondary destinations,
And so
Those are the
that in-between time might not work for their scheduling, so we might be at a capacity issue.
Right.
As it stands right now.
I'm sorry, I don't want to say yes too fast. I think I missed the key.
Well, we might be at a capacity issue, given this strong growth that we've had. We can't sustain that. And if the airlines don't change their scheduling, we might be close to a capacity issue for what we can handle.
Yes. Certain times of the day, absolutely. There's certain times of the day it's maxed. The 7 a.m. bank, I'm not sure they could add maybe one more flight, if that. Yeah, definitely.
So, but we're adding some more parking, so they could, right? We'll have 9 spaces, is that right?
Correct, 10.
10. So.
That's complete.
That's complete now.
That is completed now, yes.
And are we fully utilizing that parking?
Not yet, until December 26th is really when the go button is hit. It's partially hit on December 16th, we jump up, and then with flights. And then the actual enplanements, the people showing up, so usually the peak is December 26th.
You know, that's a great topic for future conversation, both with our attorneys and airport director. I kind of asked the question to John Peacock the other day after reading through the memos for today, and I'm pretty sure I'm not all the way clear of, we don't really control the flight plans that are approved by the FAA. So even though they may know that we have a constrained terminal that we're hoping to replace now, we don't really get to say, no, we can't take any more planes during that time. We can let them know, but we're not the decision makers on that. Is that correct?
Correct. You know, it's almost but we can take about 32 operations an hour at this airport, and that's when it's blue sky, no wind. So if you times that by our 18 hours on a daily basis, that would be about the maximum number of flights, GA and air carrier, that you could get into this airport. During this time of year, it's probably closer to 5 to 6 operations an hour.
Yeah.
So vastly different over that 18 hours, 60, 108 operations, including GA, corporate aviation.
How many? 18 times what?
Second.
18 what?
18 times 32. So that includes GA, where about 108 operations during a day. So it can really swing, and it's all based on that visibility and the separation. So unlike Highway 82, you could get right on someone's bumper, but if you have to stay 2 miles in tow between one another, which that's what they do in the sky, and it's very regulated, that makes it a finite number that you can get into this facility.
Okay. Well, again, that's kind of a bit of a conversation for how we present that case in the future. I know we all, and which you've highlighted in your presentation, is customer service, customer experience is very important, and I'd rather have 100 people to make their plane and get through relatively without too much hassle versus 125 people and none of them have a good experience there. And so we just have to work with what the rules are and how we can make our case to make sure we don't get too over capacity, especially as we're continuing the design work. Okay.
108 to 576.
So it would be the variable.
Right.
Okay.
And that would just, that'd be rush hour all day.
Okay. All right, additional questions, Michael?
John, is there any signage at the airport indicating that the BRT into Aspen is free, that people can get on that? I mean, there is some bus indication, but it's not, do we have an alternative that says that we have free transportation into town?
I don't think so. I will check that, but that's a great question.
Well, I think as we think about the airport as a transportation hub, we should emphasize exactly what we have out there right now. And when you add the word free in front of something, it helps people make a decision.
Great comment. I'll follow up with you folks back, but I want to say no.
Okay, great. Okay, any other further questions? We're just about out of time for this item. Thank you, John, for coming in to answer our questions and preparing a really nice memo for us. And we will move on to the next item, which is the health initiatives and budget follow-up with Connie Baker.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
I just kind of chase John out while Connie's loading the PowerPoint here.
Okay.
I have a PDF, not a PowerPoint, so you just have to scroll down.
I might get
Okay, so this is a relatively short presentation of a few other items to discuss from the budget.
Yeah, this, and really, sorry, Rachel, I'm just pulling up some notes here.
Okay,
I can't do two things at once, it seems.
notes are important.
So this is also follow-up on the budget, and this is really just a section of our budget presentation that we were not able to get to because of time constraints. And so this is not necessarily in response to questions or concerns that the board raised, just information that we had included in the budget that we didn't get a chance to cover with you prior to adoption. So you want to roll down one. And so they have to do really with the healthcare initiatives. And really what I want to talk to you about briefly is go over some of what we're doing externally, as well as spending some more significant time on what we, both the challenges and what we've done internally with our health plan. But just briefly, in terms of some of our external initiatives that were included both in the 2016 budget, but also in the 2017 budget and 5-year plan. As you are aware, we recently closed on 123 Emma Road in Basalt, and one of the future uses that we identified for that building is a partnership with Mountain Family Health Centers. Mountain Family Health Centers is a federally qualified health plan, federally qualified health center, FQHC, sorry. And they provide primary care, mental health services, and also dental services for our low-income population. Really, they'll provide those services to anyone that comes through the door on a sliding scale. They currently are housed in Basalt, across the highway from us on Cody Lane. They are in about 3,000 square feet, which allows them to serve just over 2,000 low-income individuals. In Pickens County, we actually have about 25% of our population, over 4,000 individuals that are living at 200% of poverty or lower, that are in need of services and may have Medicaid, may not have any coverage. And Mountain Family Health right now in their current location is unable to serve that full population. So we did enter into a partnership agreement that the board is familiar with Aspen Valley Hospital, Mountain Family Health Centers in the county, to provide space in the new building after we move out. Both the revenues and expenses associated with that partnership are included in the 5-year plan. Those revenues include anticipated rent revenues from private entities that are currently located there and will be located, as well as through our partnership with the hospital. So we're really excited that both in this year's budget and the upcoming budget that we've been able to accommodate an opportunity to really expand those services for low-income folks in our community. We are also members of the West Mountain Regional Health Alliance. That is a regional health alliance that covers the whole valley, that really looks to address cost and access of care issues. So things like Mountain Family Health, both hospitals, as well as a number of primary care providers and social service agencies are participating in the West Mountain Regional Health Alliance. We don't have much of an expense. We're members. It's in the thousands of dollars, not. But Rachel, you had requested maybe one of the health alliances look at potentially convening a conversation on affordability, particularly the insurance exchange,
Private
affordability,
rates.
and those sorts of things, and private rates. That would be something that would fall into this West Mountain Regional Health Alliance scope, and so they're looking at convening that kind of conversation here soon, and inviting representatives from Division of Insurance. We'll talk a little bit about.
Well, and hopefully inviting the board of directors of our hospitals. That was the real purpose, is to get beyond hearing from the insurance commissioner, who tells us there's nothing they can do because our hospital fees are so high.
Correct, and the hospitals are members of the organization, part of that conversation. Then we'll talk a little bit more about Valley Health Alliance here on this next slide. So the Valley Health Alliance is, as you're aware, started with the 5 largest self-insured employers, kind of seeking how can we develop population health solutions to try and attack this question of ever increasing healthcare costs and insurance costs. And we'll talk a little bit more about those in some upcoming slides, but we do have a number of initiatives that have been funded in last year's budget, will continue to be funded in the proposed 2017 budget. We did add a health and well-being specialist. This is actually paid for out of our health insurance fund as a strategy to reduce health insurance cost. It's part of our coordination with Valley Health Alliance efforts on population health and total worker health initiatives. Joanna Rybeck was added to our HR staff complement to fulfill that role. She has been in the process now of creating a countywide health and well-being advisory committee along with a strategic plan, and really the purpose of this is to improve engagement. One of the biggest challenges to well-being and wellness programs in an organization is our employees' engagement and ongoing engagement in those processes. We tend to go to the health fairs and get excited about our blood draws and that sort of thing. It lasts for about a month. Then what do we do? How do we keep going? How do we keep enjoying the benefits of taking care of ourselves? They've also been participating as we've been going through design of the building and such. How do we include design elements as we're designing our new office spaces into the future that promotes wellness and well-being? And then, of course, the wellness programs that hopefully you all have enrolled in at some level, whether it be through participation at the health fair, doing your health risk assessments, and also hopefully following through because you want some of the prizes that will come with it. Talking about health insurance, this is probably every organization's one of their biggest challenges, budget challenges, because the rate of increase tends to greatly exceed the growth of revenues. Across Colorado, the average health insurance increase for 2017 is 20.4%. That takes the private plans, exchanges, those sorts of things, 20.4%. In Pickens County, the second sub-bullet point, that is looking at the average increase on the exchange through the Affordable Care Act. The average increase in Pickens County for health plans, 35%. In 2016, it was lower, but it's still 9.8%. So you can see, when organizations, particularly public organizations like ourselves, tend to have between 3 and 4% revenue growth, when you have a major expenditure like healthcare that's growing at double-digit rates a number of years, it is a real challenge. The other thing that we have been looking at, and we don't know how all of this is going to change after the election, but we've been looking at the Affordable Care Act and how do we position ourselves to be successful with implementation of various aspects of the Affordable Care Act. In particular, there's an excise tax that's known as the Cadillac tax, and it's really an excise tax on high-dollar health plans. It had been scheduled to be implemented in 2018. It was pushed off to 2020. When we did our first estimates of what the county's liability would be under that excise tax or fee, we had almost $1 million a year in liability. That is one of the reasons we've been so focused on strategies to reduce our healthcare costs while still providing a healthy and good benefit for our employees, because we did not believe we could absorb that extra $1 million a year hit for no additional benefits. The implementation was postponed to 2020. Again, I think there's a lot of uncertainty about what's going to happen with the Affordable Care Act in general. Our approach has been to take an incremental approach to making changes to our plan so that we could adjust to whatever changes were coming our way, and we weren't making precipitous changes that impact our employees unnecessarily. Fortunately, we've been able to reduce our projected excise tax liability from that almost $1 million range to just over $200,000 now with the changes that we've been making. So we've made significant progress. The last real strategy that we have, should we still need to plan towards this excise tax, would be elimination of our open access plan. The excise tax is really designed to get organizations to move towards high deductible health plans and more consumer-driven health plans. So you see lower liabilities with those, and that's been a transition that we've been trying to incrementally encourage our employees to make over time, and that will hopefully explain some of the strategies that we'll talk about in a second. Just real briefly, this slide just shows, without utilization or anything else, just straight medical inflation each year. This is looking at a nationally medical inflation between 2007 and 2017 has ranged anywhere from 6.5% to 11.9%. So even if we didn't consume any more, any differently in a given year, our costs are still growing up between 6.5% and 11%. So it's healthcare is a real challenge. Thank you.
But John, let me ask you on that cost inflation. It's really a compounded cost, isn't it? I mean.
Correct.
So this is an odd graph. I mean, I see what it shows. It shows a decreasing percentage, but it's actually, it's a skyrocketing.
So it's exponential growth, really. And so, like, if we did that, say you did that on $100, right? And what would it change over time? Yeah, that curve would look up instead of down. You're absolutely right.
So this is kind of
we stole that from somebody else who didn't do it as well as we would have done it if we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A descending graph looks like everything's going better.
Yeah. And that's a good point. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that, because I automatically did that compounding calculation in my head and said, oh my gosh, this is absolutely unsustainable for anyone really. Unless you're in an organization that's experiencing 10, 11, 12% revenue growth a year. That certainly isn't most public entities. So that is the environment that we're trying to figure out benefits in. How do we maintain benefits or improve benefits without adding costs, and in this environment where if you do nothing, things are increasing? We have had a lot of success. So included in this budget and in open enrollment, which I think you saw, is we're able to continue offering our high deductible health plan with no premium increase to our employees. We've also been able to enhance that benefit. One of the things that we heard was a barrier, or at least a fear, to going to the high deductible health plan is, gosh, what if you have that critical illness, or what if you have that injury? My family is unfortunately very familiar with both, and we've experienced both of those in the high deductible health plan. So one of the things that we added is the opportunity for supplemental coverage for critical illness and accident. It doesn't cover the whole gap, but it makes that gap much more manageable. And so in combination with providing funding to health savings accounts up front, so a first dollar cash basis, we also have added critical illness as well as accident insurance to, again, close that gap, so that if you have a hospitalization from an injury, you'll get $1,000 towards those costs through this supplemental insurance. We're able to add that for our employees at no additional cost. For family members or spouses, there's a incremental cost associated with that. We did increase the employee share of the premium for the open access plan by 10%. As we've talked about with our employees, this is really an ongoing strategy to try and provide incentives for folks to move on their own, make that jump to the high deductible health plan. But we haven't gotten rid of that open access plan, because what our driving force is there is really that right now that excise tax liability, and until that's imminent, we made a commitment to not make precipitous changes for employees. And so, again, much of that, it's somewhat based on cost, but it's really been based on providing that incentive to move employees. Otherwise, we did not have any changes to deductibles or out-of-pocket maximums in either plan. We did not have any changes to any of our other benefit contributions for, whether it be retirement. We also took all of our ancillary benefits, life insurance, accidental death and dismemberment, long-term disability, short-term disability. We didn't change the benefit levels, but we did renegotiate a carrier agreement. That did save us $70,000 from 2016 going into 2017. We also have a commitment for savings going into 2017 and 18, so we actually get a 3-year run on that, which was over $100,000 from our 2016 estimate. So we were able to bring down the costs. Those types of efforts, combined with our utilization being down, I may be a little bit off of script here, but combined with our utilization being down because our employees are utilizing healthcare at more appropriate times. We're spending a little bit more on primary care, but we're spending less on specialists and major hospitalizations. Our overall healthcare costs, despite those trends, have gone down 15%. So what we've been doing, the investments that we've been making are working. We've spent a little bit of extra money to participate in VHA, to hire a health coordinator. But right now, it's hard to draw the exact cause and effect between those investments and the savings. But if you were to talk about what we've invested versus the decrease that we're seeing in our plans, we're basically getting $5 back for every dollar we spend. So we that 15% reduction is equivalent of about $450,000. Is that right? $450,000.
It's a little more than that.
A little more than that. It's being conservative
Okay.
and doing math in my head. So
Okay, we're about 6 minutes over our
Okay, I'll
timeline,
let
but
you
let's
go.
finish up and
Okay,
get to
we'll
questions.
just finish it up. So at any rate, the 2017 through 2021 budget, we had that 15% reduction. We're staying flat to that. And then we have included increases of 5, 7, 7, and 7% to account for medical inflation in the future, but we're still hoping to hold on utilization. So anyway, that's what we've got. Sorry, I went over.
Real quick, I think one of the things too with utilization issues is so many procedures are now being done on an outpatient basis. So I think the increases in medical technology are really helping people. So you don't have to have 3 or 4 or 5 day hospital stay. You're in and out in a day, and you get charged an outpatient rate. And I think that's of benefit to people, well, to the county's insurance plan. So I think that's one case of health care that is working in our favor.
Other board member comments? So this really explains the health benefits portion of our budget, which we'll be looking at tomorrow. And you know, what I've been reading, and I'm sure others have seen similar things, is that when we talk about lack of wage increases across the country, a lot of that has been in these larger corporations because they're covering higher, these insurance rate increases that we saw earlier. And, you know, the bigger problem is continuing to get at the cost and the increases of medical insurance so that, you know, more ends up in the employee's pocket or within the general budget to be able to do the appropriate wage adjustments.
And the board may recall that we did create pools for employee pay, both as we're going through our compensation study and also for merit. We've been able to pay for a lot of that with savings that we've had in this area, which most organizations, to your point, Rachel, not only are they not in that position, it's the other direction that they're having to cut into that to pay for the health benefits.
So great thanks to Danette and everyone in her department, and you have worked on this. We really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now move on to the community development revenues. And this is another item to finalize discussions before the budget.
So now their slides are a lot more fun. I don't have my glasses on.
So welcome ComDev, Brian and Cindy. Introduce yourselves and introduce the item.
Hi, Cindy Hubin, Community Development Director.
And Brian Paul, Chief Building Official. And we're here to discuss, or further discuss, the percentage of permit fees. And at this time, we are under a 2% flat fee. And we are discussing whether or not to go to a progressive chart that has a lower fee at the bottom range and a higher fee at the top, or a higher flat fee that accommodates the budget that we're trying, or accomplishes the budget that we're trying to reach. So that's the gist of the discussion.
Our recommendation is that we stay with a flat fee because of, I think it's the convenience and the simplicity that we know now by implementing a 2% flat rate versus the chart rate that we used to have in building. So we advocate for sticking with a flat percentage rate. But if the board would like to look at a lower rate for those lower valuations, we think that the best way to handle that would be a cutoff at a certain valuation to have a certain rate lower, and then have a rate above that which would meet the cost of the community development operations, which is what the Board of County Commissioners philosophy has been, that development pay its own way.
What I'd like to kind of expound on that too is I went with a very simple way of displaying that, just showing that breakpoint at 250. In reality, in actuality, to implement that becomes very difficult, because then you have to decide, well, does that apply to change orders? So then we'd have to write policies that no, that's just on an initial permit or number one permit. And then there's that tipping point of when something's 250,001, now that person pays $1,000 to $2,000 more. So do we then try to calculate that transition better and actually do like our old chart, which you had degrees of percentages to gradually transition from that low percentage to that high percentage. And that's part of what we were trying to avoid with the flat fee, was to get to a transparency and a clarity that the average citizen could know on their own, that they wouldn't have to call us for a fee estimate. They could say, oh, my fee is just this flat rate, flat percentage. So I was worried that I was just married to this because it was my brainchild and it's what I wanted to bring to the board, but I think it's more than that. I think I see it as a good solution, and the feedback that we've received from the public has been that they like the clarity and the simplicity of one flat fee to calculate their fees by, especially going back to if we have to do a transitional chart and calculate that progression from below to above and the complexity behind that. And then if we go to change it in subsequent years and have to revisit that whole formula to try to come up with how we calculate fees. Now, our request is that you honor the original recommendation and all the groundwork that we did originally. We did outreach, we did a lot of calculating and figuring and a lot of complicated charts that we brought to the board on why we thought this was the right method. And I still believe in the principles behind how we came to this decision. It's progressive by nature, so the little guy is paying a smaller percentage. We kept the schedule of values to include the furnishings and the finishes and all those expensive parts of the larger projects. So a flat fee by nature is already a little heavily weighted on the larger projects that are of the more expensive nature and larger valuation nature. So I feel like we're still kind of honoring that, keeping the little guy paying his fair share, but the big guy pays a little bit more proportionally just by the nature of the project itself and the value itself, causing a larger multiplier to come out. We also feel like the energy addendum is going to kind of weigh towards the larger projects. The REMP fees are going to be looking at doing some interior energy fees. So the large projects are getting kind of looked at and scrutinized in a lot of different ways. That to add this another level of scrutiny, we think there'll be some kickback on that from the contractors and the architects, that why are they so scrutinized and so different? And I think the flat fee kind of just keeps that a fair and balanced kind of approach. So going back to our recommendation is sticking with the clarity, the simplicity, and the transparency of one flat fee. Now that flat fee may not work at 2%. We aren't covering our budget this year, but we didn't really see a full year at 2%, so that's kind of an unknown at this time.
Yeah.
But I think the principle of the one flat fee, to me, just still makes sense. I think we just need to find that right comfort level of what percentage that is.
Okay, and one second, and at the bottom of your memo, we're currently at 2. We haven't seen a full year, but your estimate is to be somewhere between 2.7 and 3% to create the long-term stability in the fund.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Patty, I saw your hand up.
Well, no, I agree with going with the flat fee, and I am concerned though going from 2 to 2.7 or 3%. I just think, we barely even touched the surface with how long we've been in this trial period. I mean, it's only been months, 2 months?
September 6th.
September 6th.
Yeah, so, and this is also a time of year we don't have a lot of permits coming in. So have we really vetted that number? So I'm gonna be on the comfort side of going to a lower level percentage, but I'll just have to see how the rest of the board feels. But I definitely agree that the flat fee is gonna be the best way to go.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that seems to be one question cleared up, to go to a flat fee.
Thank you.
I'll just weigh in here and then let others jump in. I just don't want to create a donut hole somewhere in our budget in future years, which we make up from the general fund, which we've had to do over some of the past few years. So I appreciate Patty's caution. As I think you've also said, we don't want to go up and then down and back and forth. So I don't, I would lean to myself, at least the 2.7, but if we're trying to be cautious and give it a little more time, I'd consider going to a 2.6 and then give it a little more time to see if that's appropriate next year, and other folks can say, okay, now we really do have to go to 2.7, or we could go back down to a 2.5. But I just don't want to cut it too close, because I think Cindy has that history of having to come into us and say, we fell short 400,000 this year, 600,000 this year. It should be noted that we've been cautious to remove some positions from this budget of being paid for by development fees, such as part of Kurt Dahl's time as environmental health. That is now charged to the general fund, as it's perhaps more appropriately, I think, for the most part. And I can't recall, but I think the senior long-range planner may be in the same.
Well, it's not only the senior long-range planner position, but it's my time spent on long range. So what we did is we looked at the function of long range, and we said, because your direction was that that is something that benefits the entire public, so that should be borne by the general fund. So we deducted that, and then also the food services part
of Kurt's,
the environmental health.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And, I think that as we weigh fees, we're also weighing the service that the client receives and the timeliness. And so, depending on your project and when you have carpenters lined up or things like this, or the weather, sometimes it's worth the extra money to be getting your permits within that. What we're shooting for now is, I believe, 6-week timeframes for larger projects, as opposed to only being staffed up for a 12-week turnaround. And the timeliness of the multiple inspections that have to go on throughout these projects. So I'll leave it at that with my comments, and we'll go around the board and see if we can come up with a number we would like to finalize for the budget for 2017. George, Michael?
I would not be conservative. I would be aggressive, but still be fair. When I looked at the chart that shows a comparison of current fees between us, the city of Aspen, and Snowmass fees, the difference is astronomical, and I'm not sure how and why the city's getting away with the incredible difference in the fares, or it's because ours are so low that our residents are getting a heck of a deal. But there's such a discrepancy between, even when we look at going to 2.7 and looking at comparable valuations for the city, they're still double. So and even Snowmass, when you add up the entire fees, they're still up. So I would go minimum 2.7. I would look at 3.
Okay.
And George, just to give you a little, I want to be fair on that. With the city, they do have more employees. So
a lot more.
Their cost is greater because of their.
We're catching up.
Yeah, their cost is greater in terms of doing business. So, yeah.
But are their employees, their extra staff, are they focusing more on commercial versus residential, where we're just focusing more on residential?
I think their workload is more heavily weighted commercial. And I don't know how their team works, whether they work on a full project or if there's aspects of a project.
Can I add to that real quick? What's their turnaround time? Because I don't think it's great. It's less than 4 weeks or 6 weeks in some cases.
We've been told a lot of different messages on that. The public is telling me that it's somewhere between 12 and 16 weeks.
That's what I've heard. I've been called by a member of the public to follow up on his city permit, and I'm like, I don't really have anything to do with that, because he said he was out 12 weeks or more.
And that depends too if you include the engineering reviews and
That's what it's the
zoning
big one.
reviews and all the other districts.
Well, and let's get back to George's comments.
I mean, just anecdotally, I've talked to residents as well as builders who really note the difference in terms of the fees that they're being charged by the county versus the city. And they all said, well, we're getting a heck of a deal with the county, which is great if we could do it, if we could sustain our ComDev office, which is great, but that's really the question.
You want to hear me every year?
Oh, well, hold on, guys, we only have 15 minutes for this, so we're going to need to keep it at the table for the board discussion on a final decision.
Can I ask a real quick?
Patty,
when you were
please.
talking about general fund for Cindy's position, what about all your activity with climate change? Is that coming out of your budget or out of the general fund?
Well, it just comes out of my time, my salary paid, which.
I think we should look at that, because you're spending time, and we want you to spend that time there. So, and I think that's definitely a benefit to the entire community, if not beyond. So I think that's another time allotment we should be paying for out of the general fund.
Okay, I agree, that's something certainly to look at. I don't think it's large enough to change these numbers overall, but
No, but
in terms of equity,
in issue of fairness,
you bring up a great equity point.
I just want to bring up one thing while you're talking about the percentage, is that that table that's up there on the board now, that's in your packet, the second table that shows the projects from this year. That's this year's projects, the actual fees they paid this year, and what those fees would look like at 2.7% next to that in the next column. So if you just want to see the difference that would make if we jumped to 2.7, that's a comparison there.
Yeah.
And if you see at the low end,
The
there's
first one's
pretty
pretty
comparable.
significant jump.
Okay, thank you.
This is the second.
Okay, so I have George down at kind of a 2.7% minimum. We need to hear from Steve and Michael. What do you think?
I was looking, George was looking at the city of Aspen rates. I was looking at the town of Snowmass Village, and it seemed like they in general are paying less than we are in Picken County. So I think that,
They're not paying less than we currently are at the 2%. They would be paying less potentially at the 3%.
No, but their fees are not covering all of the fees
they're
that,
probably not covering all of
it's
their
not apples
things.
to apples.
Yeah.
But, you know, from what Patty said, I would tend to go a little bit lower initially. And I could go with the 2.7 because that's your recommendation. I don't think I would go to the 3%. Go on the low side and keep it at that for a whole year or two and see what our actual figures are. Because doing the 2% for a few months isn't a good gauge of it. We need to do it for a couple of years, really.
Yeah.
And then you look at that chart there, it's gonna be some sticker shock for some people doing some building when they have to pay twice as much as they used to. So I'm mindful of that too.
Yeah, I think we all are. Okay. Michael?
Well, I think the fixed fee is the way to go, and, you know, what would dictate the level of the fee was the turnaround time. So, I mean, if the turnaround time at 3% is less than it is at 2.7, I could go for 3%. Because that's what people seem to be asking about. I actually haven't heard of the comment that the fees are too high. But the comment I've heard is, I can't get my permit done in a timely manner, and that's messing up my schedule. So I'd be perfectly comfortable at 3, and and I know you can't guarantee this, but with the pledge to have a fast turnaround time.
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, real quick, sorry to keep coming back to
No,
Rachel,
no,
but,
it's okay.
what about people who are waiting on their building permits now? Is this gonna hit them if we raise this?
No.
So somebody who's already in the system, but they haven't been able to pull their building permit?
No, if they've submitted, this is not.
I wanna make sure that
And
we
my
got those people that have been
assumption-
hanging out there trying to get their permit, so we don't hit them,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
My assumption
Good
is
question.
this
Thanks.
would be implemented in
January, probably, with the
Okay,
budget.
thank you.
Okay, well, I said I would consider coming down from the 2.7. I know Patty would like, I believe, would like to be,
2.5.
would be
I'm on
more
a
at a
2.5.
2.5. Michael would go up to 3. I think George would go up to 3. Steve likes the 2.7. I'm kind of thinking an average might be 2.7 among the board's sentiments and, you know, in the sense of getting something to you and you know, you obviously don't have to vote for something you haven't agreed on. We're not voting at this meeting, but for tomorrow, as we start the budget, I think we could work with the 2.7 number. Would that be a reasonable assumption coming from this 5-person discussion? So, okay, I see nods and, okay. Yeah, again, I know there's always individual things that none of us really enjoy in different parts of the budget, but it's a
I will make
collaboration.
note of them tomorrow at the budget discussion.
Yeah, so we'll be talking
Already
about
have my
those, but
notes
I
ready.
think we're gonna go with a 2.7 and see how it tracks.
No, I'm
And
not
thank
gonna
you very
vote.
much for all your hard work, bringing us to that point of making a decision.
Thank you very much.
Let's see, it's 2:25. We are a little bit behind schedule, but not too bad. We're gonna push through to the landfill vehicle supplemental budget requests. This one is pretty straightforward. I think we've probably all read it in our packets. But we'll give you a little bit of a presentation for the public. Thank you for being here, Jonah and Connie. Just introduce yourselves for the TV.
I'm Connie Baker, Budget Director.
And Jonah Frank, Fleet Manager.
Thank you.
So we're presenting this supplemental request. In 2015 mid-year, the board will remember that the landfill decided to bring operations in-house, and with that was the necessity to purchase about $2.9 million worth of equipment to use for the landfill operations. At the end of 2015, not all of that had been spent yet. There were some parts, some vehicles that were not yet purchased. And so in the carry forward process, $450,000 was carried forward from 2015 into the 2016 budget. There was $566,000 available to carry forward. At that point, the calculation was that we only needed $450,000. However, there was a part of that was not thought of at the time. We should have carried forward $510,000. And so this supplemental request is making up that difference of the money that was not carried forward that should have been. Jonah, do you have more to?
It was a busy year. We set a lot of things in motion late 2015 to get all the equipment for the landfill. There was a couple change orders that were made along with changes to how that operation was going to perform, and there was an invoice that was missed in that carry forward meeting, and then we presented that in the May carry forward.
Right. So we're still spending about $56,000 less than what was originally proposed in that transition to bringing the landfill in-house. So the cost is still less than what was proposed. It's just more a mechanism of what was carried forward, what wasn't. The money that was not carried forward went back into fund balance, and now this supplemental request will take that from fund balance back into the appropriated budget.
Okay, and so the landfill is an enterprise fund. This is coming out of the enterprise fund, so restoring these funds does not affect the closeout of the general fund from the prior year or any of those balances.
That's correct.
Thank you. Patty?
The other thing, this is solely related to the vehicle replacement numbers.
That's right.
With our whole process that we changed over at the landfill. It's the second thing too, and I think Rachel has asked for this. I'm going to kind of look at Kathy Hall in the back, but we'll be bringing back that whole changeover sometime after the first year for further discussion, and I'm sure vehicles will be part of that too, and where we panned out and how it's working. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem moving this forward.
Okay, yeah, everyone nodding, move this one forward. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in for that.
Thanks. Thanks for coming in.
Moving that forward. The next item is the review of the future agendas calendar.
Yeah, so Rachel, we're coming to the end of the year, and as is often the case, the end of the year is very full, and the beginning of the next year is a little slower. And I think you're seeing that reflected in the future agendas. The only thing I would note is it does look like December 21st, both myself and Rachel may be missing that meeting, and so we'll need to, I
think, talked to George and Michael about
December 21st?
to chair as needed, yeah.
So that there will be a lot of, it's a large agenda because a lot of it is the second readings from tomorrow.
Okay.
Otherwise, I really don't have anything to review.
Okay, the only thing I can add, you know, this agenda is a little awkward in that John was at CCI through last week, Wednesday, when, you know, this had to get prepared. We did talk it over. I think we can cross out any of those question marks on executive sessions.
Yeah.
We're going to be having them. We will have items, and John has mentioned that he would like us to add an executive session to the end of today's agenda, which we're scheduled for special meetings, so we can do easily. I think that will be one item, relatively quick.
It should be a quick item.
Okay. Did anyone else see anything that they?
Two questions. One is, and I noticed that we have a work session with the Forest Service coming up. And I had asked Ellen a while ago whether we would, oh, there's Ellen, speaking of Ellen, welcome back.
Wow,
Whether we'd have some time on a work session to provide some comments to the Forest Service regarding their new wilderness proposals in terms of addressing the demand on those sites.
I haven't scheduled anything.
Okay, so that.
Need to be on a mic.
That would be.
Is there a timeline on comment periods that you're
So,
aware of?
There is a
just so the
timeline.
public, Ellen was standing here, and we have not scheduled that time yet, but we can. Do you know when those are due, Ellen?
I don't.
Okay.
But I can check this afternoon and let you know.
Yeah, okay.
So let's look at that. It would be really ideal if we are able to do that in January, but we'll have to see when those comments are due, because we'll have plenty of.
Right,
sit down
right.
and do that.
Are you also including the comments on the frying pan tree removal effort?
No, because I noticed that staff had already sent a letter
I was gone. I
on that.
We have already submitted
comments on that.
on the vegetation removal of the frying pan.
Okay.
Yeah. The other question I have, John, is we have a slew of, interestingly enough, of applicants for APSHA, which is interesting to see, about 5 or 6 coming up. One of the applicants, I believe, actually has a lawsuit against APSHA. Isn't there sort of a conflict of interest there?
We would not, that will be up to the board. I don't think we'd be able to talk about that lawsuit, or the applicant certainly wouldn't be able to talk about that lawsuit if
Right.
it's active in the interview. And so, as far as the applicability of it from there, that's gonna be up to you guys.
Yeah.
I have one real quick.
Patty?
And it was really not outside of this, outside of this agenda, I didn't have any issues. The Fields application that's coming through in Eagle County, we submitted comments initially. Have we thought of resubmitting a maybe stronger letter about the density that went up instead of down, is my understanding?
Yeah,
No, you
it's
need-
my understanding, just from the newspapers like Patty, that the Eagle County Commissioners gave it a unanimous approval on sketch plan. And so we should follow it to the next stage and make sure we are submitting comments along
We
that
had a
as well.
very, very compressed comment period, if I recall, on that.
We
that
submitted
did not-
comments
We submitted
originally.
comments earlier.
Correct, yeah,
Right.
but to bring comments back to the board,
Yeah, I think we
fell
should be
within
looking
that.
at that as that moves forward, because I have significant concerns about that development and the density.
Ellen, did you have a comment back?
Yeah, are you, I'm sorry, I'm barging in without knowing where you are in your agenda.
We're just making it up right now.
When we get to, are you to open discussion?
Not
No.
yet. We're on
When we get
future
there,
agendas.
I have some other referral comment,
So we'll just talk about
questions
that
for
then,
you.
perfect. Okay, thanks, Ellen.
Okay, great, thank you for that. So back to the current future agendas. Did anyone else see anything? Steve?
Looking forward to January. On January 10th and 11th, I will be gone in Washington DC right then.
That's right, and we'll have to find alternative time to get you sworn in then.
Yeah, and I talked to John Ely about that actually, and we were looking at Tuesday morning before the January 17th meeting.
Okay.
Because the day before that is a national holiday.
Okay. Well, we're probably not gonna have a second ceremony. And we will allow you, we will just
champagne or
anticipate you getting sworn in and being able to take your seat on the 17th at some form. So thank you for updating us on that, Steve. I appreciate that. Anyone else or anything else that we need to? Okay, well, again, we will probably be using all those executive session times and keep any number of projects rolling forward. So that's it for future agendas, and we're now move on to, well, let me ask the board, would people like to take a 5-minute break or go straight into the general facilities update? This is gonna be a 45-minute discussion.
Break.
Break. Okay.
Shoot, I was ready to go.
Thanks. I was ready to go too, that's why we're taking a break.
Yeah.
This plan is only for your staff. Yeah, it just depends on where that fits. So it's, or if you wanted to skip TRC, the staff. Basically, I was just gonna see what the board wanted to say. The only comments I had, I was thinking that would be in support of it, but recognizing that it is going to generate traffic on the highway, and that we want to have a look at some sort of look at traffic impacts, and weigh in on.
I wasn't quite sure what the red.
Oh, so if it was to say. No, all of the comments that I have were positive.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wasn't sure if that is because you're bringing in the shoe.
No, it's an Eagle County, thinking they gave it like a 2-week turnaround on days, and other towns are.
That's the one I heard the true farm, nothing going on.
Yeah, Fields they didn't even ask for more comments before ones, but they had many comments. And I had recommendations.
Good to go. Okay. Thank you. Welcome everyone for tuning in this afternoon. It is Tuesday, December 6th, almost through the meeting schedule for the year, and you're watching the Board of County Commissioners work session. It's about 10 to 3 in the afternoon, and we're now moving on to our general facilities update, discussing the new county building and a few final decisions that need to be made there. So please introduce yourselves and take it away.
Okay. Dave Detweiler. Rich Engelhardt.
Great. Nice to see you here.
So we have a few updates for you, and I'll try to go through quick because I know we're a little behind schedule. So give me 1 second to get, there we go. These pictures are in front of the courthouse. In case you haven't noticed, if you haven't been by there, some of the brickwork, actually it's stamped concrete, was starting to fail quite a bit. So Jody Smith, who's out this week, or else she'd be here, poured some colored concrete as a temporary fix to make sure it was safe for the public. When we do the front entry plaza on the new Sheriff and Administration building, at that point we're going to be pouring some of the red stamped concrete, so we'll have the stamps up here and have the mix happening. So at that point in time we'll address a more permanent fix so that things match a little bit better along that front edge of Main Street. We just didn't want you to be looking at it and going, is that it? Yeah. Is that really what we're doing?
Okay, thank you for that update.
I was too sidetracked by the missing roses to say.
Well, I can tell you about those.
She just gave me a hard time.
Dave, why do you think the concrete failed?
You know, snow melt is always an issue up here, you know, trying to keep that safe for the public. In Aspen, the colored and the stamped concrete always fails a little bit quicker than the flat gray. It's got more places for the water to just sit and freeze thaw. And for whatever reason, the color admixture into the concrete just tends to make it be something that fails a little bit sooner. So we try to, one of Jody's facility standards is to try to do gray concrete wherever we can so that we avoid that issue. There's certain places where having a flat gray concrete slab in front of the courthouse probably is not the aesthetic that everybody wants, so you live with having to maintain it a little bit more.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we want to talk a few things about the new project. There's been a few issues that have been percolating for a while, and we needed to bring some stuff back to you and have a conversation and get some input. So the first one is about the new BOCC meeting room. And I'll show you the plan here in a minute, but, and I've paraphrased a little bit, and let me know if I've missed it, but what we heard you guys say was that you had a desire for the ability to expand, overflow into the adjacent room when we had those big issues. We wanted to be able to flow into that adjacent multi-purpose room. But we also had a strong desire that noise not transfer from that adjacent room into the BOCC meetings. We've experienced some of that noise issue, I believe, here with stuff going on outside. Then we also talked about the audio-visual systems needed to provide a good experience for both the citizens and the presenters and for the BOCC. So we had those three kind of major themes impacting the design request for that room. So we looked at many options of how to accomplish all three of those things. We looked at large swinging doors, just big regular doors that would swing. We looked at a garage type door that would lift up into the ceiling and open up that wall. And then we looked at glass walls, real similar to this actual door we have here that stacks and opens up sideways. So the sound issue, one of the things we use in our industry is called STC, sound transmission coefficient. So a higher STC means that a wall or a door or an assembly will stop more sound than a lower STC. So we were looking for higher STCs. This chart, there's lots of charts that they have, but it's fairly typical in the industry. That line between 45 and 50 was what our team was targeted to hit for the wall between the BOCC room and the multipurpose room that sometimes will serve as a vote center. And so you can see that at a 45, loud speech shouldn't be heard, but if you have music or heavy traffic, heavy noise, you could still hear it through that. So that vote center experience was something that we felt qualified as heavy noise. So we wanted to be above that 45, but at 50, you know, if you can play a musical instrument in there and not really hear it, you're probably okay. We weren't, as you go up in number, the cost goes up substantially. So we looked, what you'll see here, and hopefully my mouse can work, this was the first option of some folding doors. So we had some two pair of kind of giant doors that would open up, and you'd have physical access between the rooms in these two locations. It's really hard to see. If I guess I'm not smart enough to make that picture bigger. I thought I would be. Nope.
Let me just ask one question about that, Dave. This little inset, it's not to scale as the size of our room, is it?
It is not to scale. Well, it is. It's a funny view, and it's an old view, and it's not the finishes that we have, but it does show here on the side those two doors. It was the only option that we're looking at where the architect's 3D model could accommodate the things we were looking at. The other ones were just a little too tough to get into that 3D model.
Yeah, because the only reason I'm really wondering is that it appears to really not have much seating because of this. It looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows before the commissioner's desk of 5 across. So it makes it look like it really only seats, 25, 35 people. But I was on the impression that the room seats closer to 50 or 60.
Yeah, what's hard to see is back here on this side, it's really 2 rows of that. So the plan here is correct. So here's the BOCC table.
Okay.
Again, it's shown representative until we pick the actual furniture that will be there. It's not a fixed dais. We've heard that. It'll be movable tables. It won't be elevated. It'll be set up at this end of the room with presenters here and staff on the sides. This is showing 30, 40, 50 seats, plus we had some for press. And then we have grassroots being in their own room. This can be set up with more seats than that. This is not the code max. It is not the physical max. It was just.
That's what I was kind of wanting to get.
Yeah, so the picture is a little bit misleading, which is why we didn't spend a lot. But this plan shows that seating, and again, we have opportunities to increase that. And that doesn't really change for any of these options.
And I think from a comparison standpoint, a little larger than this existing room we're in now. I mean, from a physical size, just to kind of put it in perspective.
And the setup will be a little more efficient because of the width. And so if you look, when we set up this room, we typically have between 30, 20, probably 30, 35 seats for the public in this room. The proposed room will have, again, another 20 to 25 seats on top of that. So it's much healthier than what we've been used to, yeah.
Well, and these tables that we're using now are temporary tables. They're meant for multi-purpose, so they're a little larger than any one of us needs. It could be a little tighter that way.
Right.
We'll do the Patty and Steve example.
Yeah. Steve, move over.
Okay, Mike.
So, Dave, you said the
I'm actually
seating
hot.
for the commissioners, those are movable tables?
Correct.
So, what occurs to me is that you have the long arch of the table right there. If you could have tables that would actually form an opposite arch, you could have, and I don't mean just available tables, that you'd have a large sort of round conference table that would allow staff and visitors and everybody to sort of sit at essentially the dining room table. It'd be symmetrical. So you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Is that because that's something we don't have, and when we have visitors and congressmen and other commissioners and other visitors, it'd be nice to sit around an equal table for
Then we
those.
could have had
Yeah.
everybody, all 10 of us around.
Yeah. What do you think? I think that's something we
We
should.
can have that opportunity, that ability.
I think that's a really good point, Michael, because so often you end up with more than 3 presenters, and they go back and forth up to that little.
Well,
table.
you don't even, you wouldn't even have to have the table present at these meetings, but you'd have the availability of that other arch somewhere in another room to put together.
Yeah, and so we heard that comment. In fact, I think Gunnison County has a table set up that's pretty similar to that. So we're going to be getting some pictures. So this is really kind of that space reservation for
Yeah.
furniture. But we
I don't
heard
have that
some of
much
those.
time to comment on this, so.
Fair enough. Yes, and
We can bring you
so
back
we're
for that.
going to get some pictures of those sorts of things, and we'll have some furniture options to bring back to you guys once we get to that point. But absolutely, I think those are all opportunities.
Yeah. So, and I probably was the one who got us off track, but we're here to talk about the options on the door and the expandability. I'm sure we've all read the memo. I'll let you continue the presentation, but I just wanted to kind of establish before we go into that conversation what the seating capacity was and what the comparables were to this room, as you, thank you for pointing out.
So the big open doors, again, it has it's the lowest STC option that we can look at. The best we think we could get is about a mid 40. So that's kind of at the bottom. It's below our line. It certainly could pass, but some of that sound, especially during the voting, is going to bleed through into these rooms. Yep. It's a low-cost option. It's only $25,000-$30,000 to put those in. We do lose all that real estate on the wall for audio-visual. Now, our current plan would have us having 2 large monitors, and this audio-visual plan is something that we're going to bring back to you at a work session for more discussion, so these are just placeholder ideas. It does give us a spot to put a television there, but it may not be in the ideal spot because it's behind a fair bit of the seating. So it's not ideal for AV. It's okay, but it's not ideal.
Can you have a mobile AV setup for one of the screens? Does
You can. It eats up a lot of real estate. That's a pretty heavy stand. These screens, in order for the public to be able to see what we're doing well, are going to be at least 60 inches, if not bigger than that. And you can. It has a pretty big footprint, so it won't tilt over. Where those connection points are, depend on how mobile you want it to be. You have to have a lot of connection points or cords, which clearly we know what living with cords is not ideal.
Well, rather than mobile, it might be good to look at the type of wall mounts that you can pull out and twist towards the audience.
Yep.
Because I'm thinking too, if the only one that we have sitting is behind us, right now Rachel has to move, but just want to make sure that half the board doesn't have to move when we have presentations. But, well, we can talk about that.
Yeah,
when we
correct.
get
That's one of the things we've made sure is, when we do the short term, when we're doing voting over at the Gantt, and you have that side screen,
Right.
Yeah.
that is helpful. And so that's always been in our ask of the AV design folks, is that we don't want you guys to have to turn. We don't want that
Backs the
image to
public.
be below your head. So you can still see, public can still see, but the feeling was having that one screen that the public can look
Right,
at
right.
you and have that image is still something we don't want to lose.
Right, I agree.
Okay.
Okay.
So the second option, which I thought I had another little picture dropping in here, this is the doors that we have here in this room. It's a slider door, essentially. You can get them in solid wood, or you could have glass. Our team felt pretty strongly that the glass would be a distraction, as it has been here, and so that a solid wood door was preferred. Again, while you can spend extraordinary amounts of money and try to make these more sound resistant, for the most part they're coming in the mid 40s to 50. They're going to cost us $100,000 plus, depending on how wide we make that opening. And then we lose that entire wall as any sort of audio visual, because it can't have any rough in of any sort for electric or any mounts. But it does provide you absolute, wonderful, open Because the discussion was, if we had people in that multipurpose room, the ideal scenario is they could still have a visual directly to you and be able to interact with you. That was the discussion point. So that's why we're looking at these sorts of options. The third option is what they call a skyfold door. It's really a really extravagant garage door. Essentially, it folds up in an accordion style vertically into the ceiling. Can be made out of glass, fabric, wood, lots of things. Again, in a typical scenario, it's about a mid-40, but we can spend more money, get it up to about a 60. Big price tag of $75,000 to $125,000, depending again on the width that we decide. That would again open you up fully, but you'd have no ability to have AV screens of any sort on that wall.
Dave, don't they also make vertical skyfold doors versus horizontal?
Yeah, that's what this is showing. This is lifting up vertically into the ceiling.
I meant horizontal versus
Yeah, they have accordion doors that go sideways. It's the same sort of deal. They take up real estate because they have to stack on the sides. For the most part, unless you're in a large conference center like Two Rivers Convention Center, Colorado Mesa has it in their ballroom, where you're really constantly subdividing up for different groups. They're a maintenance nightmare. The sound is not great, the sound transmission through those. They have seals and whatnot, but
Town hall, you can hear everything.
The sound request from you guys was heard loud and clear, so we didn't really want to put any options that weren't going to get us even in the ballpark of what you wanted.
Okay.
So we looked at those three options, and then somebody thinking outside the box said, well, do we really need that opening? Is the price we're paying in terms of sound transmission and usability so high that we should look at it? So we had our team look at, well, what if that's just a solid wall? Our STC at essentially no cost, we can be at a 55 to a 60, that is the musical instrument. Guy playing a tuba, you probably won't hear it. We don't lose any wall space for AV, so we have ultimate flexibility there. We still can seat on those big events, 60 to 70 in this room, and the AV can be set up in the way as it is at city council meetings, where you can sit in the next room, have the TV feed going through into that room, and then if need be, come into the big room when it's your turn. Our project team felt like, from a cost benefit standpoint, this was the best way to go, but we understand that there were conflicting requests, that we couldn't come up with a solution that hit every point at no cost and really gave you what you wanted, so we wanted to bring it back.
Okay, so let me start with a comment first. The one thing that has struck me reading through the memo is we were doing a lot of design work in our old room, which was very confined and very inadequate. And so I think our natural desire we want to make sure everyone can fit in here, and we want, those things were natural. And now that we've been able to meet in a larger room, which is very comparable in size to what this new room will be like, I guess I feel less of a need for the expansion capacity into the multi-purpose room. And the other last two or three things I would say to add on to that is we all have now, since we're in temporary, seen the significance and the importance of finding an appropriately secure location for an executive session. And I don't want to create a new room where anyone is nervous that we're in an executive session, but people on the other side of that wall can hear our noise intrusion versus the other way around.
I didn't think of that.
Yeah, and so that's a bit of an issue. And the other thing is, as we were doing this design, I seem to recall that we originally had one footprint, and we busted out this room by several other feet to be able to make sure it was a large enough room to begin with. And so it is a large enough room in many ways. We did just have the what seemed to me one of our biggest turnouts for Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus, and pretty much everyone could fit in the room. If there was anything that we were short on, it was the little chairs, and we should have had more chairs out initially. But so these sort of things, I also have thought about when it would be used. And so if we were in any sort of primary or election season, we're not going to be using that room for overflow meetings anyhow. You know, it's not going to be available. And in that point, you know, they're all going to be coming into this main room. And we would all then be dealing with the extra noise factor of a very full room plus activities going on in the next room. And so I've kind of come to the conclusion that this really would be sufficient as is and save a little money on the project and allow us to really do the type of AV things that we're hoping to do for audience participation and visual aesthetics. So those are my thoughts as we looked at it. But again, mainly it was just that we first said we had to have all those things when we were in that lousy room.
I like that room.
Okay. Steve. Oh, and then, wait, George had his hand up first.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with your comments, Rachel. My only question was, when you are showing 60 to 70 for seating, that you still allow, it looks like there's still opportunities for standing room even at the entrance where those.
Correct.
And even further out.
Correct. These
Right.
doors could be
So
open.
there's still,
We still have some capacity.
If we
for
use
seating.
the per person space standard of our old meeting room, we could probably fit 120 in.
And we can have the AV, audio-visual hookup in the next room, so if it was that type of meeting, we'd have to make sure nothing was scheduled in that other room, but the public could be in there and be watching fully through grassroots, and then come back into the main room as needed. And that's only if you've really hit that standing room capacity only crowd.
And then on the upper left-hand, it says corridor?
Here?
Is that an enclosed space?
Yes, that is there for a
Emergency
few
exit.
reasons. One was the board's request that they have kind of an emergency out if things were to get unruly or to be an unsafe condition out here. There's a back door that can get the BOCC folks out along with staff. It also, this connects, this is the sheriff's space, so it allows the sheriff to have kind of a quick entry point into the meeting room should there be a need for sheriff presence. And it also, in a fire or an emergency event, that is a fire exit where folks would exit.
We would be able to utilize that if we want to call an exec session during a regular meeting. That would be a place where we would be able to
stand
to go to.
Well, we've envisioned if we make this change, that this becomes a viable option for executive sessions. We also looked, there's a conference room back in the sheriff's office, a little bit back here, which is a little farther removed, that could be used for that purpose if I think that room will hold 10 or 12.
But George, to your point, where, you know, from time to time, you guys have had a quick question. We went and had a stand-up meeting in the clerk's office. Absolutely.
That would work.
That
was my question. Okay.
Could be used that way.
Yeah, and you guys will be coded back into the sheriff's room too, so if you felt like that was a little too tight, you could just walk back in.
As long as they weren't using it.
This is the employee break room for the sheriff right there.
And there's a restroom back
There
there.
are two restrooms back there, yeah.
Don't forget that, please.
Yeah, and so, well, I think George's point is well worth noting in terms of making sure that corridor is also equally sound secure, in case we end up using it for those purposes. George, did you have another comment? Okay, Steve?
Yeah, I like this idea of putting a good soundproof wall basically in between. People can look on the screen in the other room if we had a huge crowd, or we could even put chairs clear out into the lobby area out there if we had to, if we wanted to add more rooms where people could actually look forward. I was wondering if the traffic flow of people, if there were people watching on the screen who wanted to testify at a public hearing, would they go out into the foyer and then around? And then is that the way you would anticipate them going?
Yep.
Yeah.
And not doing a door anywhere in between the two rooms directly?
No.
We discussed having, a single door maybe here towards the back of the room. again, the sound impact versus the benefit of that just seemed to be too high a price. We could certainly do that, but our team didn't feel like that was needed, given how close it was to just go out to the hallway. And out in the lobby, we're gonna have a TV monitor out in the lobby as well,
gonna
and
ask
so
that.
they'll be getting that same signal for overflow there.
Very good. Patty?
I'm supporting the no door.
Okay.
Well, didn't I?
Yeah, no door for me, no door for Steve, no door for George. Michael, you okay with eliminating the?
Yeah, I think the solid wall is fine. I mean, the other thing is that if the streaming service was good, and you look at it on your phone wherever you are, so you could be any place. So I don't think you need all these monitors everywhere, quite frankly. Everybody these days, certainly by the completion time, is going to have a smartphone. So. Well, we just have to get our feedback systems working better.
Very good point there. Okay, let's move on to the next item. We're running a little behind schedule, but we're catching up.
So, brick, I got a lot of mumbo jumbo about bricks in different sizes. I'm gonna skip over that because pictures are worth 1,000 words. So this is essentially our new building. So we're talking about the brick that's up here, and the stone that'll be on the bottom, and the stone will be the window sills and details. We have 3 buildings, the jail, the courthouse, and the plaza building, none of which have the same brick on them. So our architect, and we used Andy Wisnowski from down in the basalt office of POS, who has really seemed to get what it is we're trying to do. He's the one that came up with all the options that we've picked to date. He's been the guy that really has been generating those, so he seems to be connected. So this is the brick and the stone up against the courthouse. And we think, short of trying to do a very expensive custom run of brick that will never match anyway, it doesn't
happen.
that this brick, which is a standard brick available in Denver, that this seemed to be a great match. It's a slightly smaller size, hard to tell, but this brick is slightly smaller than what you could get 100 and some odd years ago. And the stone's not exactly the same color, but again, our purpose was not to match. It was to be complementary to, respectful to the courthouse and the other buildings. So we then put it up against, this is the plaza. No one felt good about matching the plaza, again, because we've talked about buildings being of their time. That's the words that they keep using. And while the plaza building was appropriate for the time it was built, we're not building it at that time. So we didn't want to try to match that, they call a jumbo brick. But the colors still worked, was the point here. And then again, this is the jail, which again has kind of a mid-sized brick, so will be a little bit smaller. The colors are very complementary, and the stone still works.
Rachel?
Okay, Patty?
What color grout are we gonna use?
We haven't gotten there yet. So the next step, if you're comfortable with our recommendations, so staff recommended this. We did look at, I could show you the pictures, we looked at a whole bunch of bricks and a handful of different stones. We looked at a lot of stuff before everybody came to this conclusion. If you're comfortable with it, what we're gonna do is build a mock-up on the site that has the stone all built up with grout color options, mortar color options, so that we can see what we think works best.
I think the brick's fine.
So are we okay with the brick selection?
Yes.
Patty says yes, I say yes. Steve, question or comment?
Yeah, question. The selected brick is narrower than all the jail, plaza, and courthouse.
Correct.
Not as tall. Is there any way to get one that's
You can either,
minutely,
again,
just a little bit more
without going
thick?
to a custom run, we cannot match any of those sizes in a color that works. So it's either custom run of color at some sizes that maybe could match the plaza size, but again, the architect doesn't feel like that's
Where we
the
wanna
appropriate
go.
size to go. So we would want to be more like the courthouse size, so we're spending a lot of money to be slightly bigger. Those buildings don't touch. If I didn't tell you it was a little bit smaller, you'd probably never know. You know,
It's
it
all
just-
up high too. It's
Yeah,
not at eye level
yeah.
really.
And again, we don't want to architects and the historic preservation will kind of tell you, you don't want to exactly match something that's historic.
That's right.
And kind of mock be historic.
Yep.
So we felt like this was the right call.
Michael?
So the rock work that you have holding up the brick, that's red, and yet is that the rock?
That's what we propose to use.
So, because in the drawings, it's a light
Yeah, we brought
sandstone
that up.
color.
Yeah, it comes out a little bit tanner in this. The discussion has always been that it would be, again, respectful to the courthouse and feel associated to the courthouse. Probably wouldn't match exactly because it's a different era. But that's a little bit of the funkiness in the renderings, that it just comes out a little bit tanner than.
So it's
We did
actually-
we looked at some tan options.
So it's gonna be red, more or less red as the other buildings are.
Right.
Oop, I went one too
Pink.
many. Little hard to see, but we looked at some of these tan stones. So what you see in the pictures is the red stones that we ended up selecting that felt more complementary to the courthouse. But we did look at a bunch of tanner stones, and they just didn't seem to work well. They seemed to just fight the courthouse more than be complementary to it.
Is the stone cast or is it quarried?
That's all quarried stone.
It's quarried.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're okay with the brick selection. Nods of heads, guys? Yes?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm good.
great. Final
Okay.
question here.
Okay, when we looked at our first four concepts, you remember we had boards that the public voted on, and the public voted on option number 4 of the exterior of the building. If you remember, at that time, we had some options for entryway canopies and how they might look. We had 3 or 4 different options. One we discussed that we liked better than the others. We said we would vet that some more. But the goals of that were a clear entry to our building so that people knew how to get to our front door because it wasn't on Main Street, a safe entry point, some protection for the veterans' events when they overflow on those big events like we had a couple of weeks ago, but also to provide some separation so that when you're in the contemplative moments in the Veterans Park, that you're not barraged by people walking right in your face heading to our front door. So we looked at some options. We looked at an option that had no canopy, lowest cost option, obviously, just a little cover over the front door, but nothing on the plaza building. Our team felt like that was not honoring any of those points that I just laid out for you. While it was a low-cost option, it just wasn't meeting the goals. So it gave protection over the front, but didn't do anything at the plaza building. The original concept that we showed you at that point in time was this kind of steel beam being supported by a cable with a translucent cover over it. As we develop that scheme more, and while we're here, this light-colored thing that you see is envisioned to be a mesh panel of some sort, or some signage, or some graphics. We're going to that can happen with all of these options, so it's an independent sort of thing. We're going to come back to you with some things we could do there.
And I think that was just more so that light would still filter into the
Correct.
offices, but it wouldn't be a distraction of the people
Privacy.
walking
Correct.
by, a little privacy screening.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
but
that's
that's
an
kind
element-
of consistent.
Yeah, we'll bring back to you, but it's not an element that matters to the decision of the canopy. So as we looked at this, our project team started to feel like this sort of shape, this sort of look, while it was very attractive, didn't seem to relate to the rest of the building real well. It seemed to just kind of be stuck on there.
And there
So-
were some drainage concerns as well?
We solved the drainage. It used to be flat in its initial concept. It was flat, but we said we need that water to be controlled more, so we tilted it so we can have a gutter and bring it around to our stormwater system. So that's solved, but it's felt a bit stuck on. So we went to we had them, we tasked them to come back with some other options. And the one the team preferred really was this option that seemed to have that angular sort of square component. The green of this edge seemed to tie really well with our green edge up at our roof and our green edge that you'll see in a minute over the commissioner room. And it seemed to really hit on the points of the separation from the Veterans Park to this entry walk with these just a couple of columns. It really seemed to make that separation. It really seemed to define well how to get to our front door and brought that out to Main Street, provided the safest environment in terms of the least amount of snow that's blowing in there. You can see here where that little canopy piece that happens over the BOCC room, which has been in all of our drawings, then just kind of wraps around, and it really seemed to tie in both the plaza building and the new building with this kind of piece that made that connection happen. So the team is preferring this option. It may cost a few dollars more than the other option. It hasn't been designed fully, but in the scheme of the whole project, we felt like that was a minor item that we could absorb in our contingency because we felt strongly that this was the right option. But we wanted to get your guys' feedback on that.
Steve?
My question is it possible to do the no canopy and then add on the preferred canopy later?
It is possible, yes.
Because that might be something we would want to consider as try it out without any canopy, and then if it's not really working, if we need more shelter, if we need more definition to the entryway. And I do definitely like the preferred canopy versus the concept canopy.
One of the things we heard, Commissioner, was also from the veterans, that they were looking for a spot that's somewhat protected, so if they have the event there, that people could kind of get underneath that. And that was one of the reasons, again, why we brought that out further. So it just adds that protection. Without that canopy, that option's gone.
Okay. Patty?
I say go with the preferred
Get a little
canopy.
closer to your mic, I think.
Go for the preferred canopy and just do it at the same time we're doing construction. And since we just saved you some money on our wall, you can use it to do the preferred canopy.
Okay. Michael and then George?
So is the canopy translucent?
Yes, that's the intent right now. That's certainly something that we could spend a little bit more time on, but the feeling of getting all that light, it's the clerk and recorder space underneath that canopy, and we've been trying to be very respectful to keep that light into that space to be of comparable quality to the other spaces.
And how do you keep it clean?
Nothing but handwork. It'd have to be a maintenance thing of getting up there. We've done these before. I did an entry to Grand Valley Power's building out in Fruita. We had the same sort of a clear glass, not even tinted entry, and it's just something that you put on your maintenance schedule to get up there and wash it off when you wash your windows, and it just takes some maintenance.
Yeah.
The benefit to the light was felt like, because we talked about that maintenance issue in our project meetings.
Sure, Jody brought up
Yes, but the light was better than the.
Right, I agree with it, and the only problem is, and I know it can be solved with maintenance, is that when it's plastered with leaves at any one time, it looks like it's not being maintained, and so you really have to have a high level of care about it. Otherwise, it just looks like a dirt and dust accumulator. You can see it in places that aren't well maintained,
Yeah.
skylights and that kind of thing. They look shabby very fast.
Yeah, Michael, I couldn't agree more with you on that, and I mentioned that to John when I was looking at it yesterday. You see certain bus shelters and things like that where the plexiglass has gotten so scratched or they've just gotten foggy over time, and John had said that this could be the reinforced and thick glass as opposed to, like this, as opposed to plexiglass, which really does scratch and smear so quickly. It raises a question for me, and this sounds a little odd, but should there be some operable window in that side of the remodel of the old courthouse plaza so that there could be even a hose hookup for just hosing from above and washing it off. Or, you know, how do we design in easy maintenance
Figure it out.
practices?
We don't have
That's
the
a
big
good point.
cottonwood trees to be dumping a lot of wood
Yeah,
leaves
we're not gonna
anymore,
have
so-
quite as many leaves, but you do get the dust from Main Street really adds up quickly. I think anyone knows that in this area. So, George, you had comments?
So on the top, I'm trying to visualize, you've got glass, sort of like on a 30-degree angle? That's,
Yeah,
those are-
this is shown as almost a series of skylight sort of pyramids. There'd be 3 or 4 of them as you go
So
down.
then,
It's a little hard to see, yeah. Some of the other views that they gave us, you could see that. So it's that kind of pyramid-y shape would repeat itself.
so then what happens again with drainage, not only from rain, but how about snow that's gonna?
So each side of that, we haven't gotten much past the concept because we knew it was different than before, but the discussion was can have a gutter on the front and a gutter on the back. They'll both flow towards the building. We actually have, towards the back of Veterans Park, there's a stormwater inlet that can get piped into that system, and then will go out into our stormwater quality plan. So any of the options, we have the avenue and the thought process of where that water is going to go. Now, if this is a series of pyramids, then there would also be some horizontal gutters that happen a few times to get all that water to the front. But that is,
But it seems like it'd be difficult to get snow removal on the side that's sliding into the building. It seems like that would just collect snow and ice up.
well, the idea would be to not have it flow off of there, but again, we're still at the concept stage of that. We've discussed that the mesh panels that would be the privacy screens most likely are gonna be on some sort of hinge so that we can open them up, get behind them to
Behind the
clean leaves
windows.
out against the windows. So exactly what we do on this back edge, whether or not we're really trying to keep the snow this way, exactly how this is detailed, that's the next step in the game. Jody is very adamant about the snow removal and the leaf cleanup. That is in large part why we got into the dialogue away from the first concept, was the maintenance didn't seem like they had it solved in a way that worked for us. But we will take all these comments into account and make sure we've solved all that.
Yeah, I think you'd be better off, rather than a series of pyramids, to have a continuous
A ridge.
roof.
I think you're right.
Because, you know, that's sort of self-cleaning when you have,
Yep.
but when you have it, a valley formed between each unit, that's just gonna collect stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
Very good point. So we're in general supportive of the preferred newer canopy design, taking into account the considerations that have been brought forward for cleaning, snow removal, and I think Michael's point is really good there. I don't think we want anything that's large and circular or out of context, and you guys and architects have done a great job of keeping those sort of wild concepts off the plate. But
The other thing I think, I mean, is that you have the beams coming through to the outside. And I think if you didn't have those, that'd be a really nice clean surface. That's a detail that's not reflected anywhere else. You just don't have that detail.
No, you're right.
okay. So does that seem to be enough direction for you
That
at this
is
time?
plenty of direction.
Okay. Well, I think that puts us ahead of the curve on that. That settles those issues. Oh, please,
Just
Rich.
one last thing. You may have heard, or you will be hearing, that the 20th, we're going to be doing the groundbreaking
Okay.
for the building itself. So we'll get you a lot more information on it, but that's our targeted date.
Okay.
So we'll celebrate this. We'll also celebrate the North 40 and also the basalt move. So it'll all be combined into one. And that's also the time that we're going to collect additional public input for Veterans Park. So it'll be a
And I want to thank you for bringing that up so much. I want to make sure to thank you, Dave, for coming up to the Veterans Day service and being there to answer questions. We certainly had some really good feedback about your presence there and asking people about the design, so thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, well, I think that moves us on to our next item, which is board open discussion, but given that we have the ambulance district folks here, would folks mind if we just change up the order and have open discussion after we talk ambulance?
If that's okay with Ellen?
Yeah, Ellen, we're gonna talk ambulance district first and then go back to open discussion, because I think we have a number of items on that one.
Let's grab one more chair here. We're gonna sit on either side if you can. Is there another plug-in for me here? Yeah, there we go. This is you.
Wait, who's that stranger in the back of the room?
Yeah. God, he looks familiar.
New kid on the block.
He looks so familiar. And while we're in our temporary meeting room, all you have to do is turn the microphone towards whoever's speaking. And
You just moved his camera.
you just moved his camera, yeah.
Nice.
Causing trouble.
Yeah,
Welcome back, Dave.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Did you find it?
So is this
It was just a second ago.
IGA just has a built-in?
There's a camera on the front of the podium. There's a trick.
I saw it just after I moved.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. To administer. Got it.
Okay.
Subject to change.
So we are now going to be discussing the ambulance district budget for 2017. We have a lot of different presenters. John, I don't know if you want to introduce that. Do we have to constitute ourselves as the ambulance district board for this, or?
So this is along the lines of our budget workshop, so you're not actually approving this today. That would come with the formal resolutions. You could convene yourselves as the ambulance district board for the purpose of hearing it, but it's really just a work session right now to present, and then sorry, any changes that you might make would then need to be reflected in the resolution that comes forward. Oh, good.
Well, I was just going to say, just check with John Ely if because we weren't noticed to go into session as the ambulance district board today, and if we need to, for any of the future budget approvals, we need to make sure we're noticed appropriately.
Okay. And then, just by way of introduction, the ambulance district is a separate political subdivision, but you as the board of county commissioners sit ex officio as the board of the ambulance district. As the board of the ambulance district, we have entered into a contract with Aspen Valley Hospital to administer the ambulance district, and so the hospital, all the ambulance district employees are actually hospital employees. It's through a contract. We basically have an agreement where the hospital, in addition to the day-to-day administration, is also billing and collecting on the revenues. So a portion of what we'll talk about today is the operations side, and how that works is the hospital tallies up the expenses of operating the district minus the fees that they're able to collect, and then the district subsidizes the balance. And then in addition, there are other costs that we'll get into associated with running the district that the hospital's not involved with. Typically those have been minor, but you may notice we have, with the exception of vehicle purchases, but we do have a $6 million item in this year's budget, which is starting to budget for design and construction of new ambulance barns. So That's by way of introduction. What we're going to be kind of going through is the hospitals portion of that, and then the districts portion.
Well, we were going to do the opposite and start with the, if that's okay.
Absolutely, it's your show now.
So the county side of the ambulance district. The ambulance district is supported by a dedicated mill levy. And in 2014, voters approved an increase of that mill levy. However, we did not go up to the full amount that the voters authorized immediately. There was kind of a staggered increase going up a bit more slowly. In 2015, the mill levy was set at 80% of what was authorized by the vote. Then in 2016, it went up to 90%. And now for 2017, we're proposing going up to 100% of what that vote authorized us to collect for the ambulance district. The reason that we're moving up to the full amount is due to the construction of a new ambulance facility and making sure that there's enough money in the fund to cover the costs associated with that. You'll see in the top part of our 5-year budget for the ambulance district, the first line is the property tax, and a full mill levy will bring in about $1.1 million in revenue in that green column, the top number. There are a few other minor revenue sources with the motor vehicle and investment income. But then the large amount that you see there is $6 million proceeds from financing. The construction of an ambulance facility will need to be financed, and right now this is just an estimate. It remains to be determined exactly what kind of mechanism that will be. It could be certificates of participation like we used with the Plaza project, but that will be determined throughout the course of the year as we get further into the project. The district is responsible for all capital purchases for the ambulance. That includes, as John said, the vehicles. It includes large medical equipment items, radios, and then the facility. And so different line items here that you see are different parts and pieces. There is a contribution to dispatch, treasurer's fees, cost of our fleet department for fuel and maintenance of the ambulances, medical equipment, radios, and so on. So you see the different costs listed under the expenditures section of this budget. And then down below that, we have facilities. And here we have plugged in, again, an estimate number for the cost of a new facility of $6 million. Then with cost of setting up financing of $600,000. And in the out years, again, an estimate of what the financing debt service payments might be. This leaves the ambulance district with still having a healthy fund balance at the bottom. 2017 would end at $466,000 in fund balance. And that remains relatively steady with some ups and downs depending on which years a new ambulance is purchased or other capital expenses occur. But it does, at this rate, leave a healthy fund balance for the ambulance district.
Okay.
And
one second.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Sure.
On the fleet cost center, it has a significant increase from 2016 to 17.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have more vehicles to be maintained, or expecting the cost of gas to go up, or?
No, it's based on usage and where we think that might go. It comes from Jonah's estimates of time, and there was an increase in our fleet department itself, and that's partially reflected here.
Okay, because it's a pretty significant increase.
But again, what will actually be charged is the actual cost
Right,
as
so
the
we're
year
just
goes
putting
on.
placeholder.
So it could be less than the budget.
Okay. And then at some point, Rachel, I'd like to have a broader discussion about the facilities construction of the new building.
Yes, I think we're going to do that.
Okay.
Thank you. Please
And
continue.
The largest expenditure under the operating expenditures is the amount that we pay to Aspen Valley Hospital, and that again is the net cost for the hospital to operate the ambulance district or the ambulance service. And you'll see that as the second line down under expenditures, the payment to Aspen Valley Hospital, which this year is budgeted lower than it was last year at about $329,000. And so Gabe from the ambulance district and representatives from the hospital are here to talk about that part of this budget, which gets paid out of this fund.
You said it's budgeted less then?
Yes.
So if you go all the way to the left, that's the budget.
The initial budget was $335,000.
I was looking at the orange, sorry.
But they are estimating that we will come in lower than budget at $288,000. And then the budget for 2017 would be $328,000, almost $329,000. So are there questions on the district side of this budget and 5-year plan before we go to the hospital to speak about their operations?
Anyone? No? Okay. And again, we'll return to the project.
Thank you.
Okay. Dave, welcome back.
Glad to be back. Good to see you all. So I'm here as the representative from the hospital, and as John articulated, we have enjoyed this agreement with the ambulance district for a number of years now, many years. And while during my previous tenure, we spent some time making sure that we had defined that relationship and the parameters of it that we are reviewing today.
And let me ask you to go ahead and introduce yourself formally for the TV audience.
I will do that. Good afternoon. I'm Dave Ressler, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer from Aspen Valley Hospital. Renewed and refreshed.
Yes, there we go.
So we've enjoyed this relationship very much, and I'm going to turn it over to Gabe here in just a second. But I just wanted to thank you on behalf of the hospital for having maintained this relationship over the years. We think that it serves the community very well. We believe that there are synergies that are created between the hospital and the ambulance district itself that allow us to maintain the clinical quality that Gabe has been able to assure, and also to find so many opportunities between us to collaborate, create efficiencies, share resources, et cetera. So I would just like to say that this is much more than a management agreement. This is really a collaboration of the highest order that we think really does serve the community. So it's a real pleasure to be here and to continue this relationship. So without further ado, you all know Gabe Muthing, but I think it's worth noting that we consider he is part of our management team as an employee of the hospital, as well as serving as your director of your ambulance district, and we think he serves both capacities extremely well. So he'll walk you through the budget. He did ask me to be prepared to speak to any revenue-related questions that you might have, because the way we do things in healthcare are a little bit differently. So I'll let him walk through the budget, but I'm here to answer questions about how it is we arrive at the net revenue that we attribute to the service.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's quite the introduction. I'm used to that. Again, I'm Gabe Muthing with the Aspen Ambulance District Director. To my left here, I'll introduce Lori as well, since we haven't gotten that far down yet. Lori Malloy is the Chief Clinical Officer of the hospital as well. So. If you'll indulge me, I do have just a kind of a quick presentation. I try and do this every year with you guys, just to give you an understanding of the district itself and who we are, what we do. So just a short presentation. I think John went through quite a bit of this already. That we were formed as a special district under the Home Rule Charter in 1982, so we have been around for quite a bit. And since 1982, also been in that management contract with the hospital. The mill levy, as most of you are aware, was set at 0.501 just a couple of years ago. And as Connie alluded to, we're setting that at 90%, or was set at 90% this past year. The department is 30 paramedics and EMTs at this point, men and women. Great team. Thank you. I was reaching too far. The department is certainly tasked with providing 911 emergency medical service to our own community here, but also keep in mind that we are partners with our agencies up and down the valley. So we also do provide a significant amount of resource to the other public safety agencies throughout the Roaring Fork Valley. We're also able to help both in state and national disasters. As you're aware, that we have the incident management team here in Pitkin County that we do quite a bit with, and I think quite a few of you have seen that in action, which is great, and we're certainly supportive of that. So what do we do? The question always comes up is, you guys just drive to the hospital, right? And that's about as far from the truth as we can get. Many years ago, that was certainly the case. There weren't that many options for us to provide care in the back of an ambulance. That has certainly changed. We are providing very, very high-level care in the back of that ambulance on the way to the hospital. Speed is certainly one of our tools, but it is not, the only one. As you can see, most of the care we provide is everything you can think of when we talk about being a jack of all trades, or certainly a practitioner of every type of medicine. That's really what we're doing. And you'll notice as we get down there to the bottom, the last couple are really important to us as well, and that's public health, community health. We certainly participate in quite a few things that really benefit the prevention side of healthcare in our community. And then the last one is patient and community education. We certainly do a significant amount of education with our community, both in first aid, CPR, we do incident management training, all of that hopefully in the end benefiting the patient and benefiting our community. I do want to point out a couple of things. We are an odd community. For a community of our size, we certainly have an amazing service, and one that really does provide a very high level of service that you wouldn't find in most smaller communities. Just to kind of highlight a few of those, these are some of the procedures that we do that you're not going to find in a lot of smaller communities. We do rapid sequence induction, where we actually use medication to help facilitate an intubation, or to stick a tube down somebody's throat to help breathe for them. We do cricothyrotomies, which is cutting a hole in someone's neck to breathe for them. All the way down to a couple of the last one there, reduction of dislocation is if you've ever dislocated a shoulder, and I'm sure quite a few of your viewers have, without a doubt. That is something that we do in the field now. We reduce those in the field, dramatically reducing the pain on that patient, dramatically helping their recovery. The quicker we can get those back in, the much better off that patient is. So amazing tools that we have in our toolbox,
Rachel,
for sure.
Yeah. Just real quick, use of Narcan. We've had an issue with the heroin overdoses growing throughout the country. Are you guys equipped with that now? And
we are, absolutely. So Narcan is a drug that competes against opiates. And it's a great drug for us. Unfortunately, we do use it fairly frequently in our community. But it is a nice tool. We're actually, we've worked with the police departments to determine whether or not they might be another tool that would have that with them. If you're familiar with EpiPens, most anybody who's had an allergic reaction very well knows what an EpiPen is. Narcan is really kind of going along that same line now. Unfortunately, we certainly have an epidemic with our opiate
Because we as a
addictions.
board may well have a further discussion about that in this coming year as to the growing incidence of the heroin
Absolutely.
overdoses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The other thing that we do that's really an amazing thing for our community is our critical care transport. Now, we do this in partnership with Aspen Valley Hospital. One of the issues that we have in a smaller community is a very high acuity patient sometimes may need specialty care. And that specialty care, while we would love to provide it here, is not necessarily always available. So we have to get that patient from here in our community to a higher level of care, usually in Denver or St. Mary's in Grand Junction. The question always comes up, how do we get them there? They don't just magically appear. I'd love for them to do that, but it doesn't happen. So we do have to get them there. Most of the time we use air medical transport for our high acuity patients. But as you're all aware, and anybody who's ever tried to fly out of Aspen, it just doesn't happen all the time. So what we've done to prepare for that is we have a critical care transport service. And that critical care transport service is staffed by our critical care trained paramedics. And they do a much higher level of care than your average paramedic. And specifically, that training is geared towards long-distance transports. So these are patients that would be on a ventilator. These are patients that need extensive cardiac monitoring, need care that is interesting when we go over all the passes. If you think how much altitude change you have going between here and Denver, it's a significant amount of change, and some medical conditions can really be hindered by that, for sure. So we have that transport capability. We try and do a really great job with that program. It's becoming busier and busier, just with the acuity of patients in the specialty centers that we send to. But I'm really proud of it. We have an amazing group of paramedics that are now critically care trained, and just a great program. Absolutely fantastic program. Kind of small here. Apologize for the font. I just wanted to kind of highlight a couple of things that we've done in 2016 that we're really proud of. And these are some big things for us. The first and foremost for us is really taking care of our own. And so a couple of the things that we've done is we've really taken on a huge program for safety. The first of those, if you'll notice, is a patient loading system. So thinking about putting a patient in the back of an ambulance, somebody has to lift them up and put them in there. One of the new items that's come out on the market now is a loading system that's hydraulic and will actually help us load the patient, save our backs, which is a wonderful thing to have. That system is now in place in one of our ambulances, our primary ambulance, and has been fantastic for us. It really helps our folks and make sure they stay in the best health possible. Rescue operations, we certainly have taken a huge leap in that.
I'm sorry, but we only have a half-hour setup for or 40 minutes.
I apologize.
Topic,
You got it.
including the barn.
Well, let me just run past all this then.
Yeah.
So statistically, we are doing a significant amount more calls. At this point, we're on par for a record year. The one thing I want to bring up with this is our non-transport. Keep in mind that not every patient that we have contact with will we actually transport to a hospital. We do go out and certainly give advice, do some minor care, and then move on. Call statistics for us. One of the big things to note right off the bat is our on-scene time, and that is our time from dispatch to arrival. Very quick in the winter. Our community is certainly smaller in the winter, and then lengthens up a little bit in the summer. Out of service time is the amount of time that we're actually in the ambulance and providing service. With 2 ambulances in the winter, that provides us with about 6 hours of time per month that we are not able to cover the district. In the summer, though, as we'll talk about in a second, is really important to note that we have an issue with being out of service for an extended length of time, which we are planning on fixing. So for our planning, you'll be happy to see that our community paramedic program is in process with a first quarter launch in 2017. We do have a new ambulance on the way here with an $85,000 state grant that we achieved. I'm very proud of that. And then we're also going to increase our staffing for summer operations, which should hopefully alleviate any second call failure for us. This is our budget that we've budgeted here at the hospital. Again, quickly run through this. Most of these are, as you see, very little change with our 2016 budget. The one addition will be a little 0.75 FTE for our summer business. We're going to add on an additional staffing in the summer to help out with our increased business, which, as you're all probably aware, summer business is really increasing for us. It seems like in every area. So we are certainly increasing our staff to afford for that. The only other thing, there's a few increases, mainly just due to operational costs. We have kept our costs fairly low, even though we've had an increase in volume. Any questions with this? Since we'll run through it kind of quickly, I know we have some other big discussions on there.
Okay. The one I wanted to point out, and it's between these 2 different sheets, is the IGA payments to Aspen Valley Hospital, because the year-end estimate went down so low for closing out 2016, but then kind of bounced back up to the same initial budget number that we have in 2016. And I was told by John when I asked about that, preparing for this meeting, that the ambulance district is collecting more money now from special events that you are just on standby for, and they're contracting with you. and then it also related to the hospital collections. So I don't know, because I was saying, well, if it went down to 288 last year, why are we starting back up at the 328 number?
Great questions. So a couple of items, and I'll let Dave address our reimbursements there. The costs for special events, we have, our costs for it are the same up and down the valley for all the public safety agencies. So we do provide that service of standby at special events, and those special events are increasing, as you're aware. And we are collecting for that. So that's, we do allow for a very, very small amount of profit off that, but essentially we feel like it's a good service to have for our community, and certainly one that makes it safer for those visiting our community. So that is, that's certainly a service we want to continue. There is the increase, a small amount for our 0.75 FTE that we're increasing for next summer. As I said, our summer business is increasing, so we are mirroring that with a little bit of an increase in our staffing and putting on almost winter staffing in summer now. Our summer business is definitely increasing to that level. As for the reimbursements, Dave, would you like to address that?
Yeah, so I'm just doing the math, but at present, our deductions from revenue, and just, is this microphone picking me up okay? Deductions from revenue are sort of unique to healthcare, and that is, we don't get paid what we bill. We can bill essentially whatever we want. We have various contracts with payers, insurance companies, and then also many simply have their own reimbursement rates that they set. So the deductions line that's reflected on here is a percentage of our total revenue, and it's tied to what the hospital realizes, because we aren't able to determine exactly what we're paid for an ambulance, because the charges for the ambulance go out on the same bill as the hospital, and when we receive the remittance from the insurance company, they don't say we're paying you this much for the ambulance charges and this much for your hospital charges. We just get one reimbursement. So we are applying the same percentage of collections that the hospital realizes to the ambulance. And so generally speaking, year over year, our deductions from our revenue go up because we're paid less over time, and it's downward pressure on reimbursements that's really driving that. So I can get into the specifics if you like, but that's a simple answer.
Okay. Thank you. Again, I just wanted to point out that line item on the ambulance district funds, because it seemed a little bit like an anomaly of why not budget lower, since it was actually lower this year. So that, I hope that was a sufficient explanation for everyone. And I think we come back to the project discussion at this point. And as I understand it, again, in talking to John, that we're looking at this as approving a potential budget, but it is similar to the courthouse project. It would come back to the board for check-ins before anything's expended and before an actual project is considered approved. That there would be more time in the development of this to talk about whether there are other potential partners. Is there another way to go without building a new ambulance facility? Perhaps, with the Aspen Fire District, if they were able to really gear up for the needs of an ambulance district in such a way. But John, if you want to maybe introduce how you're looking at the ambulance district project.
Sure. So we're in discussions right now about the location, and there are a couple of alternatives that we still need to do more due diligence on. The existing site does not appear to have an adequate footprint to accommodate a new ambulance barn, at least to accommodate 100% of those uses, and I think that's where the question comes in about what are the operating challenges of, do you house part of it one place and part of it another place? There's also an alternative that we're looking at that would have the ambulance barn moved down closer to our Health and Human Services building. That still needs a significant amount of vetting, I think, by both entities, and I think that goes all the way back to how the property was conceived for use all the way to, is it the practical right solution? We think we've started those discussions. We're in those conversations now, and we understand that there's, I think, some urgency to getting these answers on the table. And so we need to nail down a proposed kind of location and programming and bring that back to you guys as well as to the hospital, as you know, both entities have property interests in these areas. And then from there, Rachel, I think it would look very much like what we've done with the courthouse design process, where there's needs to be a public process up front, input from this board. We also will have the hospital as a player as input on the kind of design elements that need to, you know, be accommodated for that campus also. And so it'll be a fairly complicated process, but I think what will be different in this upcoming year as we're working on a facility project is you guys will be seeing a lot more of the ambulance district and ambulance district staff as we get into this process, and bringing back decision points like we have been from really big conceptual points funneling down to a final project.
To brick color.
to brick color, and it was fairly painless, actually, I think, so.
George and then Patty?
So what type of timeline are we looking at? Because we're looking at taking 100% of the mill levy for 2017. Will we be utilizing that in 2017 for the actual design and build?
Well, some of that we're not in 2017, but we also are going to need to build up some reserves for debt service for doing the financing. And we will need to appropriate the building, similar to what we did with the courthouse project. You appropriate it in a single year, even though you know that project is going to probably be a multi-year project between design and construction. But that allows you to get into the contract. It allows you to encumber those funds and move it forward. So yeah, we think this year we will be in the programming and design phase. I think we still need to work out the location issues. It would be our hope that we're under contract for that construction this year, but it's likely that most of the construction would take place between late 2017 and 2018.
Thank you. Patty?
Well, I appreciate that explanation, but I'm not quite there yet. I understand the need for a new facility. I understand the buses don't fit in the barn doors. You know, there's a growing program. I just have a concern about development as a whole in this community, and we keep building bigger buildings and larger buildings to accommodate when we have spaces now that may work in some capacity. I know we've talked about it for many years, you know, seeing if it could be brought, you know, we could put ambulances in the fire district bays. We've talked about it, but I think we still need to have that conversation, because for us to move forward, still as the Board of County Commissioners, but as the Board of the Ambulance District, with another large facility, we're going to hear from our community as to the need and the justification for building more space when we have some spaces that are not being utilized. So I would really like to have that discussion as part of talking about location and moving it forward. I don't want to stall it, but I want to make sure at the end of the day we have vetted all the possibilities before we come to the taxpayers and say, by the way, guys, we're building another $6 million building.
And that, you know, so Patty, that's been part of our conversation, is understanding, you know, operationally, how might that work and what would it look like. Even if there were that kind of relationship, there's going to be a cost from one district to another district for those facilities. So from a budgetary perspective, we're probably doing the right kind of planning one way or another. So you've got that on the capital side, and then you have the operations questions about how it work, and that's a conversation that we recognize we need to have and bring back as part of
Yeah,
the
because I
programming.
think it's great you guys have been talking about it, but I think we need to talk about it, and we need the public to hear that discussion, so that moving forward, we're comfortable and the community's comfortable with the decision at the end of the day.
Right.
But I do understand the need, we just need to figure out how that, we can fill that need. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're all very interested in those questions and, you know, how everything works out. There's no question about that. Other board questions or comments about the ambulance district budget? Patty?
I just want to say you guys do a great job. I've had the need to utilize your services, as you know. You do a great job saving lives, transporting patients, doing all the things that you do in the back of that bus. We know what it takes. And I just commend you, all of you, for the services that you give this community, and look forward to moving ahead in the future.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, I'll ditto that, and I'll repeat what I said, I think, last year, that was an ambulance crew that saved my wife's life while she was being transported. So it's, you know, the EMTs are really trained well, and they do their job, and it's a really valuable public service.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think anyone could say it better than you two. Personal experience. Again, board members, are we comfortable with this budget to move it forward for the meetings tomorrow? Okay, thank you. And John, you'll look into whether we need to
Convene
meet
us.
formally as the ambulance board to deal with that. And I'm sorry to have cut you short, Gabe. I'm sure there was a lot there in 2016. We're just hitting these very packed meetings now at the end of the agenda, and I apologize to others in the audience who were running late. But thank you for being here and taking the time out and always putting that fine pencil to these numbers. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
I see you.
We're going to jump back now to the open discussion items so that we can hear from Ellen Sassano and bring up other items that the board may have. And I apologize to the human service folks. We're going to be running just a little bit late.
Sneaking on the side here. Thank you. Ellen Sassano, Long Range Planner. And wanted to just let you know that we have been requested to provide referral comments for two different development proposals, one in the town of Basalt, one in Eagle County. And they have very quick turnaround times, as is typically the case. And there will not be time to bring these to you for formal board comments. But I wanted to make you aware of the proposals and make sure that staff comments that we will provide are on track and get a little bit of feedback today. So the first is a proposal in the town of Basalt, which I think you all are aware of. It is a proposal that's come in for subdivision and review of affordable housing, specifically 27 units of affordable housing. The proposal is being submitted by Habitat for Humanity and the Roaring Fork School District. It's for 27 units immediately south of Basalt High School, and 9 duplexes, 3 triplexes, for sale housing, deed restricted to RO. And at this point, the school district is providing the land, and Habitat for Humanity will be building the housing. Based on a very cursory review, staff believes it's reasonable to support this concept partly because it's immediately behind Basalt High School and providing teacher housing, or that is part of the intent, and also because it's located within Basalt's municipal boundary, which is an appropriate place for this type of development. That said, staff is anticipating submitting comments recommending that visual impacts associated with road building and housing be addressed, that measures be taken to keep the housing affordable, that measures be taken to assure that some of the housing is available to a broad spectrum of workers in the area, in addition to employees of the school district, and that a traffic analysis be done to determine the impacts, not only to the highway, to Highway 82, but also to the intersection of South Side and Highway 82. And that intersection and the highway in that location are seemingly getting loaded up with possible development. And so we just want to make sure that we keep an eye on what's happening in terms of impacts there. So in terms of timing, right now this proposal is just scheduled to go to BOCC staff for their technical review committee. And so it's appropriate for our staff to provide at least cursory initial comments. And there should be time for the board to provide comments further down the road, take a second bite at the apple. So if there's anything else in terms of staff comments that you'd like me to add.
I see Patty's hand up first. I have some comments. Patty?
Yeah, real quick, I think the traffic impacts are really critical. Standing at that corner where the south side traffic comes down from the high school, it's 30 minutes or more sometimes for people to get from the high school onto Highway 82. So that is significant. What about the trail crossing of the Rio Grande?
You know, again, I've only done a very cursory review, but it looks as though access will come off of the high school road.
Right, which will cross the Rio
Which
Grande.
already crosses the Rio Grande.
Yeah,
So
but
I don't
it'll be an
belie-
added impact to crossing the Rio Grande Trail at that part. So I think that's something that needs to be taken into consideration.
Right.
And I'm not quite sure about the RO designation. I don't think that we were under that understanding when we talked about this before, and I don't really know.
That was the one that really brought up the concerns for me, because it's just a broad topic, RO. What does it mean? Is there an appreciation cap? You know, is it just really, are they trying to accommodate the potential of higher teacher salaries or combined income families? But does that then set a baseline that the next one is anyone else who qualifies as resident occupied but with no appreciation caps? And there were issues regarding those at the North 40 initially, and then it was modified down. And you know, the biggest issue with RO has always been that there's potentially tremendous more family wealth and an ability to hide family wealth from guidelines, and a much more difficult operation to say when there needs to be an eviction or when someone is no longer employed, but yet they have the resources to battle extensively. And it seems, you know, what we've seen with RO housing in many areas is very quickly at $1 million, you know. And so I think avoiding the potential of windfall profits is huge, and I would really strongly recommend considering lower deed restrictions in some sort of category format. There have been any number of projects where it is a private development, not government sponsored or funded, where they might receive a category 4 designation, for example, with a clear understanding that if an employee of that company is in that unit with a higher salary, it can be allowed. But when they're gone, it comes back down to trying to get into a lower category. So I would just really question the categorization or how they're looking at that, and what do they really mean by resident occupied. There certainly have to be a lot more considerations on that. Telluride had a really bad example where they thought RO would just be enough, and yet the very next turn, the first sellers were making $200,000 on their unit in 3 years. And you just don't want that to be priced out of the teacher's range, frankly. So I think the district would want to consider some buyback provisions, even rights of first refusal, but an appreciation cap is just necessary to make that even begin to work. And I have severe questions about RO. Steve, and then we'll have other comments.
I'm really concerned about the possible traffic generation also. If all the units are used for teachers working at the high school, it wouldn't generate traffic, but
Their spouses, their kids.
you know, chances are it's going to be some other mix with some teacher housing and some people needing to get to town or to the RAFTA bus or whatever. So I think it would be important to have a strong component of bicycle, perhaps WeCycle or personal bicycles, being able to get down to the RAFTA bus stop on the south side. Also, at some point, I think that RAFTA will probably have to be considering in-town shuttle service in Basalt, going all the way, both sides of the highway to get people to the transit at the highway.
Okay, thank you. Other board comments, George or Michael?
I mean, the traffic is going to be the issue, but this is just going to be like a little pimple based on the Stout property development. So, so Basalt is aware of it, and we should reinforce the importance of them having to come up with an alternative, either alternative route, and that's been discussed, or a pedestrian, a car-free zone, something like that. I mean, something has to be done because it's at certain times of the day, typically similar to the roundabout with the Aspen High School. It's when kids first go to school and then kids leave, because all the parents are driving kids to school and buses going in and out. So that's where the backlog of that 30 minutes really is. And some of that will hopefully be alleviated a little bit when the underpass is completed next year. But in terms of the overall development that's planned in Southside, this is just a small little portion that's going to add to that problem.
The other thing, right? The other thing too, real quick, that we heard earlier today was all the wildlife issues in that corridor, and I don't know what kind of discussion they may have given to wildlife issues, but we just heard today with the
St. Jude's.
Yeah, with St. Jude's conservation easement coming in, what a boon that is for the wildlife through that through that neighborhood coming down from Crown Mountain. So I think that's something they also need to take into consideration.
Okay, let's go on to the next, and I do
Excellent.
apologize to the full board, we're running late today.
Yes, the second is the revised tree farm proposal, which I know you all are familiar with. You have provided comments previously. It has been to the Eagle County Planning and Zoning Commission, received a recommendation of denial.
You're saying the Ace Lane
I'm
tree farm.
sorry, yeah, the
Okay.
Ace Lane Tree Farm proposal. It's located across from Willits Town Center, across Highway 82. And it has not yet been scheduled for the Board of County Commissioners to review, but in the interim, having received the recommendation for denial, the applicant revised the application. And so we have been asked to comment on that revised application. In a nutshell, dwelling units, the dwelling unit count was reduced from 400 to 340, which is still up from the 249 units they initially proposed at sketch plan.
Getting bigger.
That's a reduction from 450,916 square feet to 379,635 for residential square footage. A cap was of 134,558 was set for commercial square footage, whereas the previous version had no cap set. On affordable housing, they are complying with Eagle County's affordable housing mitigation, providing 43 rental deed restricted affordable housing units. And what they've added in the revision is a 1% real estate transfer assessment to be conveyed to Eagle County's affordable housing program. Then and I'm just running through these quickly, stop me if you have questions, but on the transit side, in addition to 20 dedicated parking spaces for park and ride use within the PUD, the revision provides an addition of $400,000 for RAFTA's use to accommodate parking anywhere within their service area. And then Basalt raised the issue of the cost of law enforcement that they were going to incur as a result of this proposal. And so in the revision, the applicant has responded by helping to fund one full-time Eagle County Sheriff's deputy and a vehicle for that position.
For 1 year or forever?
Every 5 years, I think is what, again, I've had the quick cursory review, so I could have that wrong, but no, it was to be, I believe it was to be somehow an ongoing contribution to the vehicle as well, and the position. This was a really massive application, so I haven't gotten through all of it, but, so,
What is the deadline for comments to be meaningful to get to them now? We just don't really know. It hasn't been
well,
scheduled.
they have requested comments by this Friday. It was a very it was a very short turnaround time. Now, go ahead, I'm interrupting you.
Well, I was just going to say, I suggest we go back to our original comments as strongly worded as they were on the original, still smaller proposal at the 250, 260 unit level. And I still think that the same fatal flaws exist. The ratio of affordable housing to the new commercial means there'd be no net gain on the shortfall, that it really is going to be a bit of a second home development. The traffic concerns, the lack of RAFTA capacity, the intersection there, you have that full gamut of things we're concerned with. And, just literally reiterate again, we were thankful to see the expanded plan rejected. We think this plan should be rejected, that even the original was out of bounds for what is most appropriate for Mid-Valley. And to the extent anyone wanted that sort of density of affordable housing, it should be 50% affordable housing or 60%, something more consistent with how we look at development proposals on our side of things. And that would be my general perception, considering this incredibly rapid turnaround.
Well, real quick, Rachel, add to just the commercial square footage, but the free market residential square footage in itself is going to create the need for how many employees?
Yeah.
That's, to me, is bigger than even the commercial square footage that's being created. So I agree with Rachel, and I think that the application well enough where it's been, where it's going, and what our comments should be.
Thank you.
Is this going
George and then
to,
Michael.
are your comments going to the P&Z? Where are they going to?
At this point, my understanding is that the comments, I'm going to have to confirm this, but I don't know if it's going, if it will be go back to the P&Z or if it's going directly to the Board of County Commissioners.
That's what I was wondering, because we may have another second shot to better refine for a follow-up to the BOCC if this is just going to the P&Z.
And may I?
Please.
I know that the town of Basalt, at least, is requesting an extension, more time to submit comments so that their elected
officials. We should do the same and back them up on that.
Can weigh in. So I am happy, if you'd like me to ask for an extension of time so that we can bring this back to you so that you can make and sign formal comments.
I agree. I think we should ask for an extension.
Okay.
I can work with John on what's available in terms of scheduling.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay. And again, request more time. This is just a horrible time of year for everyone. I think they would probably realize that. It almost seems like deliberate timing to have put it in when people
holiday break before
going on holiday break and things like that, and they're closing out their budgets. Michael, your comments?
Well, this is just general comments. I mean, covering really both of those applications. That if you view Highway 82 as a failed transportation corridor, then the addition of any development along that corridor is unwarranted. And, mitigation is, unless you add other lanes to Highway 82, there's no mitigation that I can think of that would lessen the impact of these developments. So,
like 20 parking places that's going to be used by the people that
well,
don't walk to the bus.
Is Highway 82 a travel experience that you want at 8 in the morning or 5 at night? It's a failed corridor. And to capitalize on a failure is a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I agree with all those comments, and again, what we've said before, and feel free to add a little, even more strength.
So can I ask about the Fields application? Have we been asked to do any comments on that again? Could you just check in on that one?
We have not, and yes, I will.
It was 100% unanimously approved at sketch plan, was in
Yeah.
the newspaper. And so now that it goes to its next level of approval, we will need to comment on that, but I do not know the timelines as well. And I'd say starting with our original comments and beefing them up even further, since they did not request any changes at sketch plan.
Yeah, my guess is we will be asked for comments at preliminary plan, which is the
Want to make
next
sure we
phase.
have a heads up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is
Thank
there
you.
anything else you needed from us at this time?
That was it.
Okay. Great. Thanks for your
Just a
patience,
little-
Ellen. We really appreciate
You have
it.
nothing else to do but read that plan again and again.
Okay, this next item, it's normally about an hour long. I think we're all hoping we could make it a little shorter if possible. But we will give you the time you need and deserve. Because we do have a request for an executive from John, which is brief at the end of the day as well.
Well, I'm Nan Sundin, Human Services Director for Picken County, and I believe that my team would be very happy to go as quickly as we can, because I have a spin class in Carbondale.
Yes, that'll go
And
fast.
they know that I need exercise.
You need to spin.
I need to spin or die. You want to come up here?
Comes
Tim,
here.
maybe sit here and
Michael,
have
if you
Connie
want to
sit
start,
here.
I need to.
So we just need a motion to convene as a Board of Social Services.
I would accept the motion.
So
to
moved.
convene. Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
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 And Michael's going to chair for a second while I have to use the restroom. So,
Please
begin.
proceed, Nan.
Thank you. So, we're still good. Is that good?
That's good. No traumas?
Connie has before you the expenditures. So just a reminder, as a Board of Social Services, your job is to approve the expenditures and then to approve the payroll. And we can significantly shorten our updates because it's all in writing and you have it. So let's just start with the expenditures and payrolls and then see if there's anything in particular you want us to give you an update on.
So I just handed out the budget to actual comparison. The time period looked at here is January through October, so that is about 83% of the year. And I would like to start towards the bottom of this table where it says total programs. So if you see towards the bottom our total programs, the budget is for just over $2 million in revenue and about $2.3 million in expenditures. At this point of the year, we have received 85% of the budgeted revenues, and we have spent 82% of the appropriated budget for the expenditures. And so we're about right on track in both the expenditures and revenues overall for the fund as a whole. So it's looking good that way. These budget numbers do include the recent supplemental request for both the supplemental nutrition program and for childcare. And so with those additions, we are on track, budget to actual. A bit further, right below the total programs, you will see the offsetting county revenues. So our budget is for a deficit of about $258,000. That deficit is offset by a dedicated property tax of 0.065 mils. That brings in roughly $200,000 a year. We're just shy of that amount through October, $195,000. So this does make up for the difference in what our county share of these different program areas. For time's sake, I will not go into the different program areas. We've discussed some of them during the supplemental request that was brought to you just recently, but if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Just real quick, we'll be okay at the end of the year, right?
Yes, we
Okay.
will.
That's all that I needed to know after looking at all these numbers.
Right, so we talked about during the budget supplemental, the biggest off is child care, which you see here at 136% spent over budget.
Well, actually,
So-
expenditures are at 86%, but that's because we added in that supplemental appropriation amount. That number would look different if we had not had the supplemental.
Right, so like that. But it's all good. It's all good so far.
Well, and let me just ask, what is kind of our plan for next year when we know there's not going to be closeouts available?
So
Are we gonna budget
we've
that?
already started bringing brownies and chocolate cake to Garfield County. They are planning on selling us dollars next year. So when you say next year, in the spring, I believe we'll be able to buy some dollars. We'll also continue to buy TANF dollars because we can use those for childcare. And then we don't have a plan. I mean, other than waiting for the childcare allocation to change or the admin allocation to change, we don't have a plan in the long term. So we talked about bringing CCAP back in the late spring to talk about what to do.
Okay, because the state is kind of trying to move to a point where they actually do have wait lists everywhere, so then they can talk the JBC into allocating more money to the overall program. But of course, the state's budget is so bad, they're not allocating more money to much of anything. And it looked like they had added on a few new categories for kind of automatic qualification, or were those just qualified of children of homeless folks who didn't have employment?
Those are just rule changes
Those are
that
just rule
have been
changes.
pending. So, no, they're, you know, I haven't heard from the state that they want everyone to move toward wait lists. I still know that there are many counties that are not moving to wait list. And the philosophy has always been if you spend it, it will eventually increase your allocation. And so there's two philosophies there. It's really, you know, we've always taken the ground of if you spend it, your allocation will change. That's how our child welfare allocation changed so dramatically. We're going to be in a little bit of a dicey road in about a year probably, but we've got our eyes on it, and we're participating in the CCAP allocation meetings, trying to get cost of living somehow embedded in the formula. I don't know. We'll keep trying.
And I'll just take a half a second here, because it's something I've talked to John Peacock about, and we now have our finance department more up and running. And it comes from listening to severance tax counties constantly insist that they get their full share of severance tax money because it's to offset the impacts to their community of the oil and gas and mineral production. And we know we are donors to the general fund of the state of Colorado from the 2% sales tax of the state of Colorado in a high-value resort community such as ours. And we need to start having, this is what we contribute to the general fund of the state of Colorado, and these are the type of programs that are funded back to us through the state of Colorado, and be able to be on a firmer footing to talk about we have the impacts of being a high revenue generating resort area for the state of Colorado, and we deserve the support from that. We are not just another part of the Front Range metropolitan area that, is kind of puts in this, puts in that. And I think that both Eagle and I've talked to Eagle and Summit about trying to start to come up with those sort of numbers. I realize it's a lot because you've got to look at what you get back consistently, programmatically, and then maybe what you get back sometimes from grant funds and things like that. But I think that we need better information to be able to argue our case for why childcare is more expensive here and why there should be allocations to that, because we're still a net donor in many ways to the state of Colorado, and I think that the magnitude of that dollar would probably surprise all of us. And so I want to see if we can do something like that to start getting more assistance in any number of these programs where we're just treated like there's no high cost of living and there's plenty of land available to build more child care centers everywhere and everything else, you know, and it's just not the case. So I'll leave that where it is, but I think that's what we're gonna need in the future.
Yeah.
And from a budget point of view for 2017, we have built into our budget a $200,000 transfer from the general fund in 2017. We may not need that much. Nan has been very diligently working on looking at buying allocation or bringing in other funding. So it may not be necessary, but we have budgeted for it.
Okay.
And so that is included in our plan for 2017. And tomorrow when you see the final 5-year plan, just know that that contingency is included in there.
Very good. I'm glad to hear that because, you know, I want to continue to provide as much of that service as possible. I just want to make sure there's no surprises at the end of the day when we all know we're kind of taking our funds a little low with the capital projects between buying the building and putting this up here. So there's a lot going on. Okay.
Appreciate that.
Any other question on the expenditures?
Can you motion to approve, Dan?
Yes.
And do you have formal language on that motion or just?
Motion to approve the Human Services budget.
Third quarter expenditures.
Third quarter expenditures.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second?
Any further discussion or questions? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Thanks for all your
Thanks,
work on
Connie.
this.
And you'll be here tomorrow, Connie, right, to help us with
Oh,
this
yeah.
budget?
So then we have the payrolls, and you have in your packet, oftentimes Kathy Lyons is here, but she's not here today, and we'll be doing this in the future. So the third quarter payrolls total $619,231. It's on page 2 of your document, and this includes the all of the expenditures, direct benefits to people. Do you want to talk about this?
You said it, basically. These are actually the dollar amounts that go out to our customers. And so, nothing really unusual here. We do continue to see food assistance being fairly robust this year. And the child care we've discussed, that higher amount.
Okay.
Can I ask,
Michael?
why do you use the word customers? What's the purpose?
Use the
of
word,
customers.
why do I use the word
Yeah.
customers? I actually, in my view, I've come to even feel more strongly about this. It's to me, it's a matter of respect in many ways. These folks are customers of the system receiving benefits from what they're eligible for from the state of Hawaii. You could call them clients, but
You just said Hawaii.
did I say Hawaii?
Yes, you did. Are we going there now?
Where am I?
Mitzi used to work in Hawaii.
Colorado, yeah. 16 years at the state of Hawaii I worked.
just changed
But anyway, yeah, customer to me is like a generic term that we might all use when we are purchasing services or, I don't think there's a rhyme or reason to it.
Do you have a?
Just
Do you have a
it occurs
thought?
to me that customers has a certain amount of volition and choice, and you're dealing with people who might possibly don't have choice. So I mean that's the only reason
Yeah.
I bring it up, because it sounds slightly patronizing, quite frankly.
What would you call them?
I would call them clients.
I was thinking that, but
I kind of see the reverse.
And I don't want to get into
Yeah,
a big
yeah.
thing. I just
Yeah, that's
I-
okay.
It's just something that occurred to me.
We're hoping that we'll have a new economic assistance department.
Yes.
In
Yes.
first quarter report, and we'll consider how we refer to the people that come for help.
Okay.
We will, and that manager will have a say in that as they develop their program.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah.
Steve?
Okay.
Comparing the Colorado Works on the payroll chart with the Colorado Works TANF on the budget that we just approved, the figures on the payrolls are quite a bit higher than the total year-to-date on the budget. And I was just curious, is there an explanation for that? Maybe they're counting different things somehow.
It is looking at the numbers in two different ways. As you're looking at the quarterly program payrolls, that's looking on a state fiscal year, and it's looking through the allocation. Whereas the payrolls that were shown here is comparing the county appropriations to the actual expenditures. So it really is two very different takes on the same numbers. So they will not match up because it's really looking at two different things. What the quarterly program payrolls will give you an indication of is the usage, and if that usage is going up or going down, and then you can expect to see that reflected in the overall status of our budget and what our expenditures are going to be. But the numbers don't match because they're looking at two different things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Connie.
The one thing I would point out on this is that we're going to really need, as a county and as a collaboration of whatever sort we can continue to put together, to closely dog the federal budget and the federal issues coming forward. There seems to be a plan to try to cut another $30 or $40 billion out of food assistance. And I recall the cuts that it seemed to me were not long ago when the Farm Bill passed. And, you know, I was like, is the Farm Bill up for reauthorization that early, or are they just going to, you know, go after new cuts even though a deal was already struck? And so I think that knowing there are certainly limitations appropriately for protecting the privacy of the clients, it'd be great to try to be able to bring forth our own demographic information as we go forward. X amount is for serving seniors who qualify even though they're on their Social Security. X is for children under 18. X is for, we have a number of veterans signed up and things like that. And then certainly to keep us alerted and how we as either the electeds here or citizen coalitions or whatever can help us fight to maintain these sort of services, because I don't see the food hunger really going away. And, you know, when you hear the quotes from the potential nominee as a director that, you know, it's more empowering to people to not give them any assistance because then they'll find a way to feed themselves and their children. And, you know, I think we're just going to have some major philosophical discussions going forward, and so we'll have to gear up to do our best with those in 2017.
That's a good point, and with a new economic assistance department, we're going to be able to run our own reports and have more specific information, and it sort of leads to attachment B, which is a Medicaid fact sheet. And so we have access each program to kind of look at where Pitkin stands, who's using the programs. And I just wanted to include this fact sheet because it gives you a sense of the numbers a little bit. And in particular, we have an average of 1,585 Medicaid cases members a month, and 896 of these were part of Medicaid expansion, adults who would not normally be covered. So if there are changes federally, that's probably our most vulnerable group, and it's really great that we've put a lot of energy into Mountain Family Health Center and finding a forever home for them. But we will keep you informed, and we'll be watching these numbers closer now because they'll be our numbers.
Yeah, and I'll be in DC with NACO, I believe, in February as well, if I can do any additional lobbying for you while I'm there in DC. I did ask the question about what his perception of these changes would be of Governor Hickenlooper at the CCI conference just last week. And he said kind of like, well, let's see, you know, a community development block grant that is as much as you have now and need now and rises with inflation. That's a good thing. A community block development grant that ignores those things is a bad thing. So let's just see what they come up with. And but there does seem to be a major push moving forward, as opposed to everyone who signs up and who is eligible is reimbursed dollar for dollar, you know, or whatever the pass-through is federally, to here's a big block of money, give it to the state. The state, you can decide the parameters of who qualifies, who doesn't qualify, and how much you help anyone with their medical needs. So we just have a really changing landscape in front of us.
We do, yeah.
Great.
Good. So we just need a motion to approve the payrolls unless there are any other questions.
I'll
Third
make a
quarter
motion
pay.
to approve the third quarter payrolls.
Okay. Is there-
Second?
Second. Any further discussion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Great. Okay, so we've talked about childcare. Do you want to mention a little bit about Connect for Health? Because
Sure.
this is the enrollment period for
Yes.
healthcare.
So we are in the Connect for Health enrollment period until the end of January. However, if folks want to have their insurance begin on January 1st, they need to apply by December 15th. So that's the communication that has gone out, that we have posted, and that we are working with. But the really important news is that the health coverage guides system that we have had through Eagle County has now shifted. That grant and contract has shifted to Mountain Family Health, and they are providing health coverage guides for the region who meet individually with folks and help them apply for coverage that they might need. We're fortunate, we have one of those guides in our building at Schultz every Friday, and she takes appointments and sees people to help them. And so that is what we are seeing, and I think the numbers are coming in pretty strong.
We're staying very involved. Last week
are.
had a number of people, probably 5 to 10, who were very frustrated that they submitted their insurance information on the Connect for Health site with a broker and then got bumped out. And then they weren't sure where to go because the message says, go to your county human services department. So Mitzi and Susan worked diligently with Connect for Health, with Mountain Family Health Center, and with Michael Saylor's group to make sure that we all know what to do and how to support people, because it's very stressful when you get to that point and you get bumped out and you have children that you're trying to cover and you got to do it by a certain date. So we're doing everything we can to keep ourselves informed and to keep everyone else informed.
Right, and the system has experienced some bumps again this year, as is predicted. And I had several conversations with the Connect for Health staff, and they indicate they have a service center with over 300 customer service reps who are there on the phone to help people, and we can refer directly to them. And they're communicating with the brokers in the area to try to get the correct message, not to just send people to our office any day, any time, because we won't be able to access the system as well as the reps can at the Denver location. So we're working on it. Okay.
So it's also LEAP season.
Yes.
Low income energy assistance.
Right, and folks are eligible to apply for LEAP starting November 1st all the way through to April 30th. And this figure here on page 3 as to how many households in Picken were served is 14,910. And I just want to reiterate that that is last year's amount. Okay, so that covers LEAP applications and service for the season through last January through May. Doesn't include this year's numbers yet. So that is an application system that goes directly under contract to Goodwill Industries of Southern and Western Colorado now. Picken did decide to sign that contract. We had the option. All counties had an option to sign into that program or not, and we did agree to do that. And it makes it simple for the client or consumer or customer, because they come in and they simply get the LEAP application with a filled out envelope, they fill it out, mail it into Goodwill, and Goodwill processes for
Wow,
them.
that's great.
Yeah, saves time for the specialists.
You probably are, Mitzi, but you've been in discussion with CORE, with their REACH program, to try to piggyback off and
Yes.
utilize both programs to reach the most number of households?
Good point, George. Actually, I have not talked to them yet this season. But very good point to remind
Because
us
CORE
on
has
that.
expanded that program through some additional
REACH.
funding.
The REACH program,
The
I
REACH
think it is,
program,
yes.
right.
Thank you for that. I would be interesting to talk to Mona Newton, so
Yeah.
thanks for reminding me of that, to see how they work with LEAP again this year. Will do. Thank you.
So then very quickly, just want to let you all know that I think it was the Northwest Regional Collaboration Shared Eligibility Technician was the first intergovernmental agreement that I signed on your behalf, because you gave me permission if John Peacock approved it and there was available funding. So this is the first of these renewable IGAs, and so what we told you guys is we'd let you know when we sign them. I attached the document in here. The program only costs Pickens County about $7,800, and it is about Garfield County managing and supporting counties when they are not being timely or they need help with overflow public assistance applications, or when they're short-staffed. So for us, Garfield County will be arriving at our doorstep on January 3rd to help us process our cases while we're in the process of hiring our department. And then they'll also train our new workers and make sure that they're fully trained. So we're really fortunate to benefit from this contract. I just wanted to let you know. If there's anything else you need me to do differently to make sure you all know that John and I have agreed to sign these things.
No, I think it was a great program to have gotten started, and hard to tell when it's going to pay off, but it's paying off very quickly.
It's a miracle. It's a huge weight. It's a huge weight off our shoulders, so it's really great. So I think we'll skip Medicaid expansion and just see if there's anything, Kim, that you want to present.
I just briefly just wanted to let the board know that the transfer, as you know, the agreement with Eagle County to provide services for Western Eagle through our Adult and Family Services Department sunsets 12/31.
Point the mic towards,
sorry.
Oh, thank you. That won't
Start
be
again, just start
yes.
again, thanks.
Just wanted to share that the agreement that we've had for 4 years with Eagle County to provide adult and family services to Western Eagle County sunsets December 31st. They won't be renewing that contract, so we've been in a period of transition and right-sizing the Pickens County Department and making sure that we're providing robust services for Pickens County, and also making sure that there's a smooth transition for Western Eagle County. I have full confidence that they're going to be providing a good level of service there for Western Eagle, but I wanted to let people know, the community know, in case they have questions. They can still call the hotline number that will reroute them to make referrals and that sort of thing. Does anybody have any questions about that whole piece?
Just want to know how it goes when it
Well,
goes.
the one thing I've thought about a little bit is and I don't think December's the right time to do it per se, but perhaps some advertisement, get Pat Bingham to do some newspaper ads or something like that in January. And in Christmas, the newspapers are too full anyhow, and you're going to be buried on page 80, on the bottom, and it's not worth it. But I just want to make sure we're doing the public outreach and try to avoid any confusion that way with who folks contact when.
Right, thank you for sharing that. And we actually have a whole project plan to move through this transition and build the Economic Services Department and that sort of thing. And Mitzi is going to be working with Pat Bingham on the communications piece so that we make sure that the community knows about the changes, who to call when and how and all of that. So,
great.
And that's a good idea to do it in January because December is a pretty busy month for everybody. So,
I think we'll do it in multiple phases. We'll continue to do it.
I can see
Yes.
that, and
Yeah.
you might well be able to get, a little bit of a free letter to the editor type of thing out there in December, which is more likely to be read, and not buried by Christmas ads,
Right.
and go on from there.
Thank you.
Important.
Very good ideas, yeah.
Steve?
So, I see that you can't use the Elgin Community Center space anymore. What does that mean for our staff and for the clients? Are they gonna have to travel to Aspen?
That's a really good
Meet somebody?
question.
Is there any way you could set up periodic things at the Stubby's building in Basalt perhaps, or?
Absolutely, that's part of our plan as well. We, our service delivery area, of course, includes the Mid-Valley, Redstone, Meredith, the whole deal, and we want to make sure that everybody gets the services that they need and they don't have to drive a distance. The way our work works is that we usually go to them, so that makes it a little bit better. Our main office, of course, is going to be in Aspen. However, we are working with the Basalt schools to see if we can use an office there periodically. Thought about the Mid-Valley office in Basalt. And some other ideas that we've come up with. So we're going to be working on that in the next couple of weeks to try to seal the deal for some of those opportunities.
So all of economic assistance will be in Aspen, but when we have a new department, we'll look at how can we use Basalt. Is there a drop-off site? Could our techs interview people in the black diamond room or the double diamond room or the green blue room? We're fully prepared to sign up for those rooms and try to make the services as accessible as possible. And Eagle has said that we could still use their conference rooms. We just don't have badges and we have to sign up like everybody else. So it's not as convenient as it was. But we have an eye on how to make sure we're serving the whole valley, the whole county.
Well, and certainly I would think about the Basalt Library if it's during the daytime hours.
Leah already has her eye on the Basalt Library because she sees people after hours and on the weekends. And so seeing them at the library is a nice alternative. Yeah.
I think it presents a great opportunity because it provides an opportunity to do more community-based work. And so actually that's something that we're all really excited about. So looking forward to new ideas. So if you have any, please feel free to share.
What about the Basalt Fire Station, the one that's behind, they have that big conference room?
The
I don't know how
Basalt
much
what?
they use that.
Fire
Basalt Fire
station?
Station?
Oh,
The
very
one that's
good.
behind Eagle Crest? I mean, that's a option, possibility, perhaps.
Thank you. Yeah, any ideas, please feel free to share because trying to be creative.
Very good.
And then you all know we presented over the month of November 2 readings for the hotline intergovernmental agreement, the state hotline, and they started providing services December 1st. People can still call our local hotline, 970-429-2047, or they can call the state hotline. Either way, they will get to the right place. So we just wanted people to know that, and certainly if there are any glitches that the community members can let us know. The workforce well-being process that we've started is the state demonstration Pickens County being the state pilot demonstration site. Couldn't have come at a better time because as you all know, we had to do a reduction in workforce and we also have had to make a lot of adjustments with this transition. So that actually has been really timely and important. So we're moving through that process and we'll probably report out on that closer to summer. And then the final thing, this is really good news. We received incentive funding for Pickens County through, it's called the Collaborative Management Program. There are funds at the state that come through divorce settlement dollars, and they're reallocated to communities that have what we call an interagency oversight group with decision makers from different areas, public health, judicial, courts, human services, youth serving agencies, schools, And we started that process a year ago. And because that has gone so well, we received this funding. And so we will be able to provide about $76,000 for our local community for kids and families.
Great.
And
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Awesome.
Yes. Does anybody have any
Great.
questions?
So we have senior services. Chad is off graduating, getting his master's in gerontology. So we're really excited for him and very proud of his accomplishment, although we only touched the very end of it. And he just wanted to note the increase in congregate meals from 2015 to 16, about 100 more people coming to the site. So that's, you know, we know that our Pickens County senior meal site is very popular. And then the last piece that we have is about veterans.
Yes, so finally, after a fairly difficult process, I'm pleased to announce that we have made a match with Janine Barth, who is a local Snowmass Village resident, and she has agreed to come on board starting in January as our Veteran Service Officer. What we did is had to readjust how many hours a week we think that this person would work. It was just, as I mentioned in the write-up, very difficult match for individuals looking for jobs. Janine is otherwise employed, but she has flexibility and is going to start with 8 hours a week. We think with that we can accomplish some outreach activities, as well as her being available to serve veterans one-on-one. Janine comes with a great background of already serving veterans as a volunteer for many, many years, specifically with the Veterans of Foreign Wars. And she is, she's very well known and knows many in the veteran community. So I'll be having a meeting with the Colonel and Dan Glidden this month with her, just to welcome her. And we'll start working in January on rebuilding, continuing to build the office. So that's good news for the end of the year.
Really good news. We're excited.
Any questions on that, or any concerns or thoughts about the VSO?
Steve?
Yes,
Well,
Steve.
with 8 hours a week, will she be doing, I assume it's gonna be sort of flex time, but will
Very
there be
much so.
one day when she is there at Schultz?
Yes.
For 4 hours or something, and then the other 4 will be flex time spread
Exactly.
out as needed, or how's that planned?
It's exactly like that. We're thinking of one morning and one afternoon, and some flex at Schultz, but with one of those time blocks possibly being devoted to going to community meetings or going to other veterans-related meetings, or more importantly, attending staff meetings of community partners, you know, actually introducing her and having the functions or her mission, you know, explained and understood by folks that could send veterans our way. So yeah, we're gonna, it'll be interesting. We'll be working on a flexible schedule with her.
Okay. I'm glad that you have someone filling the post.
Thank you.
And, you know, if over time she wants to or can dedicate more time to
Yes.
this job and less to the other, but I do understand it's really hard for folks to match up to a 32-hour-a-week schedule and still survive financially.
Right. We're excited about bringing her on the team and just having an experienced veteran helping us outreach in many different ways. And so I think it will be really good.
Very good.
And so all I need is a motion to, what do you do, close?
Adjourn. as the
Adjourn,
Board of
that was the
Social-
word I was looking
I was waiting
for.
to see if you could, I'll make a motion to adjourn as the Board of Social Services.
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you. Board.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we, John, I want to double check here on process. We have called this as a special meeting for executive session. Do we have to recall a special meeting to go into executive?
I believe you left the special meeting open
But we
this
didn't,
morning.
but we adjourned executive session.
Yeah, so you don't need to reopen the special meeting, but you do need to have a vote to go into executive session.
Okay.
And
You have the Colorado Revised Statutes for
yeah,
that
that'd be
motion?
under CRS 24.6.4024F to discuss personnel.
Okay.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Upstairs or where we
Okay,
going?
we will.
I think we'll just go find an open room.
So grassroots, that's going to be it for us today with you. We have gone into executive session for personnel matters according to statute, and we will just adjourn from that meeting without doing any further business. And we'll see you tomorrow at 12. So thank you very much.
And I will be quick, guys.